showed him during that interview?
Yes, they are.
And are those fair and accurate depictions of the picture that you showed him during his August interview?
Yes.
Now, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 542YE, 542YC, 542YG, 542YH, and 542YI. That's happening.
No objection, after this vote.
All right, there's your minute.
And permission to publish, Sharon.
You may.
First look at 542YC. Who did Mr. Zachary identify that as?
Jeffrey Young Thug Williams.
Okay, and that's the same individual, is that the same picture that was on his driver's license?
Yes.
Next. And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 1JJ.
Or Club Crucial.
Now, I'm going to also show you now what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 4KK. Admitted as 2LL. Oh, sorry, 1LL. And let me ask you, was 1903 Drew Drive one of the addresses that was significant as part of your investigation?
Yes.
What was the significance of 1903 Drew Drive?
It was the home of Philip Collins, aka Philo, who's associated with If Gang and Haiti Gang.
And what about 1428 Adele Avenue? What, if any, significance did 1428 Adele Avenue have in your investigation?
That was the home of Darren Mills, Philo's brother.
Now, on April 28th, did you learn of another shooting that happened at 2900 Landrum?
Yes.
And who was staying there at that time based on your investigation?
Trevante Turner's girlfriend.
And to your knowledge, do you know when in the line of events that shooting occurred?
It's gonna be either 3 or 4.
Either 3 or 4, okay. You said that was where Trevante Turner's girlfriend lived?
Yes.
Is that the same Trevante Turner that was shot in January on Stanhope?
Yes.
And Club Crucial, that's where Demekion got beat up?
Yes.
And did you say earlier jumped on by IF gang members?
Yes.
And was Demekion a YSL member?
Yes.
And so after Demekion gets beat up, then you had the call for the shooting at Adele?
Yes.
And
Overruled.
is Darren Mills an IF gang member?
Yes.
Then after this shooting, do you get the call for the land drone?
Yes.
And Trevante is associated with YSL?
Yes.
And then after the shooting at Landrum, then you get the call for the 1903 group.
Yes.
And Philo, what gangs he associated with?
If gang.
Was that the definition of the type of retaliatory shootings you were getting in 2015?
Yes.
And was that the nature of the back and forth from January of 2015 to about September, October 2015?
Yes.
And as law enforcement, were you investigating both sides of this war that was going back and forth?
Yes.
Were you only targeting YSL?
No.
Were you only targeting IF gang?
We targeted gang members and violence.
Okay. Now, did there come a time in October of 2015 that you had the occasion to interview Mr. Diamante Kendrick?
Yes.
Do you recall when you interviewed Mr. Kendrick?
I don't know the exact date, but it was a short time after he was arrested.
And what was he arrested for?
Martinez Arnold, aka Duke, was jumped in Magic City Strip Club. We were made aware of it, and we were able to obtain video of the actual assault. A short time after the assault, Mr. Kendricks and Mr. Arnold went to retaliate at Trestle Tree, which is a known hangout for Mr. Kelvin Watts and other IF gang members. When they arrived at the location, there was police already out there. And when they attempted to speed off or whatever, they got into a chase, subsequently crashing and subsequently being arrested.
Okay. And were there guns inside the vehicle when they were arrested?
Yes.
Now, as a part of your investigation, did you go and try to pull or see if there was an actual fight at Magic City?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review that video as in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
Yeah, may we approach?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to view a video and the fight that or whatever it is, that the witnesses testifying about occurred at a place that is a strip club. And so while that is not why the video is being shown, you're gonna see some images that are things one might see at a strip club. So be prepared.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as the joint of the trial, 543Y. Is that a copy of that video that you pulled as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
You know, this time say like a tender and admit and publish this with 543Y.
All right, I'm sorry, 543Y, that's admitted, you may.
I need a tissue. Yeah.
'em. Just orient the jury where they need to be looking to see the fight going in the video.
In this first video, you're gonna see an individual walk right to here. Mr. Arnold is right there, and the video will pretty much do this.
43Y. Yankee 1 for the record. Now publishing 543 Yankee 2.
Shall be the same, but that's a different angle. This is going to fight, it's going to begin, and then this is where it's going to spill over into.
Are they still fighting?
They are still fighting.
Okay. One minute and 28 seconds. Now, when you spoke with Mr. Kendrick about this incident, was he read his, you said he was arrested, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was he read his Miranda warnings?
Yes.
When you met with Mr. Kendrick, who all was in the room with you when you met with Mr. Kendrick?
Detective Thorpe, Sergeant Gaither, and myself.
Okay. And when you went to speak with him, did he agree to speak with you all?
Yes.
Did he appear to have any learning disability?
No.
Did he appear to be intoxicated or otherwise incapacitated?
No.
Did he appear to be sick?
No.
Where did you all interview Mr. Kendrick?
Atlanta Police Headquarters.
Court indulgence.
Yes.
Yeah, if this line of questioning is going to continue, can we have that same limiting instruction that you gave yesterday?
Yes, and in fact, let's go ahead and take our morning break. I just want to adjust it to be specific to this. So y'all can go ahead and we'll take our recess as well. limiting instruction, and make sure nobody has any issue with it. So, the first paragraph that's kind of general would be the same, and then I would say in the next part of the testimony of this witness, you're going to hear about a statement made by defendant Diamante Kendrick. You may consider that statement only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to count one. You may not consider this statement as to any other count, and you may not consider it in any way in determining the guilt or innocence of any other defendant in this case besides Mr. Kendrick. Anything else y'all want? Your Honor? Yes.
We just want to renew our objection on the admissibility. Thank you.
And Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, of course, I joined Ms. Westmoreland, but additionally, I have a question. In the statement, there was certain things that we've already established are not admissible, like Mr. Kendrick, I don't want to mischaracterize what Mr. Kendrick said, but there was some speculation, or I heard that so-and-so were involved with other incidents, and we've all agreed that that would not be proper to come in. I just want to make sure that Investigator Dennis is
that as well.
clear on all that.
And for clarification, are y'all playing the statement excerpts? You're just asking him about things, and have you made sure that he knows what not to get into?
I did, but I will
Remind him? Okay, great. All right, why don't you do that real fast?
And Your Honor, I'm gonna go back to something first.
Okay.
And then so I'll let you
All right,
know.
so give me sounds good.
Yes.
All right. And then as soon as he gets back, we'll get the jury in.
Ms. Hilton, unless there's something to be gained from having the witness search through and find them, how about next time you just hand the January flyers to the
But I
witness?
think it is important, Your Honor, given the stack that was in there. It is irrelevant. It is. Yes. Yes, sir. How many are there in that entire stack?
2.
All right. And did those all appear to be in, did they all appear to be in chronological order?
No.
Going, when you looked at it, did it appear to be the earliest date started at top and then it went in chronological order?
Yes, it started in, I think, 2014 or something.
Okay. And how many were from January of 2015?
Just these 2 that's in my hand.
What's the first date in January that's on there?
January 18th in Tampa, Florida.
That's in Tampa, Florida. What's the other one?
January 21st in Santa Ana, California.
All right. So in Tampa, that's January 18th.
Yes.
Not January 11th?
No.
Not January 12th?
No.
13th?
No.
14th?
Nope.
15th?
Nope.
16th?
Nope.
Did you see any flyers in that stack from any of those days?
No, ma'am.
Any flyers from that stack in Miami, Florida?
No.
From January? Anything in January in Miami?
No, ma'am.
As a part of your investigation, did you learn that several YSL members went to Miami immediately following the death of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
And as a part of your investigation, did Quindarius Zagre tell you that they went to Miami because Mr. Williams had a show in Miami or
No.
performance in Miami?
No.
What did he tell you why they went?
To get away from all everything that was going on.
Did anyone ever mention to you shows in Miami?
No.
You been to Miami before?
Several times.
You been to Tampa before?
Several times.
What's the distance between Miami and Tampa?
That's about a good 6 to 7 hour drive, maybe.
Now, I want to republish very quickly State's Exhibit 1LL. And again, what was the case number on 1LL?
Is there one LL on the screen?
And I'm gonna show you 2LL. Is this the 1LL on the screen that you just looked at previously?
Yes.
All right, now I'm gonna show you what's already in there as 2LL.
At that location?
All right, so earlier when I had the 0588 number, do these two numbers go with the same incident, 0587 and 0588?
No.
No, what we're talking about, 0588,
Hmm?
which is 2LL, correct?
Right,
That's at 1903 Drew,
correct.
and go back to 1LL.
Where is? Oh,
Is it 0587?
that's Drew as well.
Okay, so that's fine. So are both 0588 and 0587 both associated with Drew Drive?
Correct.
All right. Earlier, we talked about the fact that 2900 happened between Adele and Drew. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is there another number on here that's 0531?
The one, this one. Third.
Now, in September of 2015, as a part of your investigation, did you investigate any shootings in which Mr. Shannon Stillwell was the victim of the shooting?
Yes.
How many such shootings was a part of your kind of investigation?
2.
When, do you recall when in September both of those took place?
The first was September 13th, from I don't know the actual address, I just know it as the Green Store.
Okay. And then when was the second?
The Tierra Jones murder investigation.
And did the Green Store shooting happen before the Tierra Jones homicide?
Yes.
And was there anyone ever apprehended for the Green Store shooting?
No.
What about for Tierra Jones?
Yes.
Initially, do you know who arrest warrants were taken out?
Yes.
Taken out. Who?
Kelvin Watts, Bobby Hardy, and Jamal Ward.
And later on, do you know if there were specific people, was there anyone not charged out of those 3?
Say that again?
Out of the initial 3, Dominique Carter, Bobby Hardy,
No.
excuse me, Bobby Hardy, Jamal Ward, and Kelvin Watts, were any of them not actually indicted for that offense?
Kelvin Watts was not indicted, and then Dominique Carter was charged.
Okay. And does Dominique Carter have a nickname?
Stewie,
What about Bobby Hardy?
Smoke,
And what about Jamal?
Merle.
And are any of them affiliated with a gang?
All of them are associated with If Gang.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard yesterday, and maybe prior to that as well, sometimes evidence is admitted against some parties and not others, or for some counts and not others. And when this happens, the evidence can be considered by you, the jury, only as to the party against whom it's offered and only for the count for which it's offered, and not against any other defendant or for any other count or purpose. In the next part of the testimony of this witness, you're going to hear about a statement made by defendant Diamante Kendrick.
You may consider that statement only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to count one. You may not consider this statement as to any other count, and you may not consider it in any way at all in determining the guilt or innocence of any other defendant in this case besides Mr. Kendrick.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you met with Mr. Kendrick, was he read his Miranda warnings?
Yes, ma'am.
I think where I left off is you said that you had, the interview was at the Atlanta Police Headquarters.
Yes.
Sitting here today, do you remember about what time of day you spoke with Mr. Kendrick?
Middle of the day, I guess.
Speak up. You said,
Middle of the day, I guess. I'm not sure.
were there portions of the interview where you took breaks?
Yes.
You said you read his, did you read the Miranda warnings or did another investigator read it in the room?
I'm not sure.
Did you all read it from a card or did you have a sheet of paper that you read it
We
from?
usually give them a sheet and allow them to read it. We ask them their highest level of education, have them initial it and sign it.
Did he ever ask you to repeat anything when you were going over his rights?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever threaten Mr. Kendrick to get him to speak with you?
No.
Did you ever promise him anything to get him to speak with you?
No.
Did you tell him about the charge for which he was charged with on that day?
I believe Detective Thorpe did.
At any point, did he waive, well, initially when you spoke to him, did he waive his rights?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. It's commenting on my client's right to maintain his silence.
Sustained.
We would try to establish the voluntariness of it.
Come out to the bench.
let me ask you specifically. After you read him his rights, did he agree to speak with you?
Yes,
Okay. After reading it, he understood his rights. He agreed to speak with you.
yes.
Okay. All right.
And let me just given that clarification, it sounds like it was just a misunderstanding. But let me just let the jury know that every defendant, every accused, everybody who ever is a suspect in a crime has a right to remain silent, doesn't have to talk to the police. And if they choose to remain silent, it is wildly inappropriate to comment on that. However, this was just a misunderstanding, so we're not going to worry about that. All right, go ahead.
When you spoke with Mr. Kendrick, did you speak with him about a fight that occurred at Club Crucial?
Yes,
And specifically, did you speak with him about a fight that happened at Club Crucial after Kenneth Copeland was beat up at Club Crucial?
yes,
And was that fight somewhere around January 6th of 2015?
yes,
And specifically, did he talk about his involvement in fighting an individual by the name of Bloody J?
yes.
What did he say about his involvement in fighting Bloody J?
That when they got outside, he was the one that punched Bloody J.
And again, this is all after Kenneth Copeland was beat up inside of the club.
Correct.
During the course of your speaking with Mr. Kendrick, did he talk to you about any conflict or tension he had with an individual by the name of Rich Homie Quan?
Yes,
What did he tell you about the tension or conflict that he had with Rich Homie Quan?
he spoke about he had went to a club. I don't remember the exact date. And when he walked in, he saw Rich Homie Quan, and Rich Homie Quan, cousin or something. No one said nothing to him when he walked in. And then once he got to a certain area, he spoke of how Rich Homie Quan began pointing at him. And his cousin or something had pulled him to the side and basically said, don't do that yet. Don't do that. And he basically explained that he was just there, but he could see how everyone was kind of positioning themselves. And initially he wanted to leave, but he didn't want to look like he was basically scared or something, so he stayed. But it was basically tension in there.
Was this before or after January 10th, 2015?
This was after.
The incident that he was telling you about was after.
Yes,
When you spoke with Mr. Kendrick, did he acknowledge a beef between YSL and If Gang?
yes,
Did he ever speak with you about his desire or wanting to be a member of the Bloods?
yes,
In speaking with Mr. Kendrick, did he ever appear to be confused about his understanding what a gang was?
no,
During the course of the interview, did he talk about gang banging or being a part of a gang?
yes,
During your interview, did he ever claim to no longer be a part of a gang?
he basically spoke about moving on past that as the music was starting to take off, and he basically indicated that he felt like he was nobody. He didn't respect the gang culture of having like leaders or different stuff like that, and he basically said he deemed himself a Blood, so he started being a Blood.
Did he talk with you about this incident following the fight that we just viewed a few moments ago?
Yes,
What was he able to tell you about what happened following that fight at Club Crucial?
he,
Excuse me, at Magic City.
He basically told us how he was filming a video that day, and it kind of fell through. And he got high, had some lean, and was kind of having a bad day. And then his friend Duke called him, basically telling them that they just jumped, and he was like, "Pull up on me." And so they met up somewhere.
Well, hold on. You said pull up on me. What does that mean?
Meet me somewhere. And basically they met somewhere, and he felt like it wasn't his beef, but he's almost coming to the aid of his friend. And so they came up with the idea of going to retaliate.
And when they were stopped, where were they stopped? Where did they see the police at initially?
Trestle Tree Apartments.
And what is the significance of Trestle Tree Apartment?
Trestle Tree is a strong, like a main hangout for Kelvin Watts and If gang members.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 27 DDDP. Head?
With the chain on it.
Okay. Now, did they ever make it to Trestle Tree? They being Mr. Arnold and Mr. Kendrick.
They made it to Trestle Tree, but there was a large police presence, and so they attempted to leave Trestle Tree. And according to Mr. Kendricks, he didn't know his way around over there, and so they had to make a U-turn. When they made the U-turn, that alerted police, and that's how the chase initiated or started.
And did he talk to you about the guns that were found in the vehicle?
Yes.
And did he advise to you which gun was his?
Yes.
And do you remember today which gun he said that was his?
Initially, he spoke about he had just purchased the stick, which would be the long gun.
Okay.
And then he was the driver. And so the handgun, I believe, was found in the driver's area.
During that interview, did you speak with him about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
And I'm asking you specifically, did he ever tell you whether or not he can remember where he was on the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I believe he did.
Do you remember where he said he was?
I don't. I think he said he was at his girlfriend's house.
And do you know the name of that girlfriend?
Busha. Busha.
Okay. Now, as you did your investigation over that span of investigating the incidents between January of 2015, at some point 2015, did your investigation conclude?
It never really concluded. Our unit was tasked with stopping crime. Our unit was on the floor with our chief. Anytime there was a significant incident, they reached out to our unit to assist. Homicide usually dealt with if there was a murder, but gangs usually dealt with what led up to the murder, and what was coming afterwards. So we were tasked with different assignments or different incidents.
And towards the end of 2015, did you deem this gang war between YFN and YSL Operation Planters?
I didn't deem it, but that was it, became named.
And at some point during the end of 2015, what was kind of the result of Operation Planters, or what kind of happened?
Objection on relevance.
I'm waiting for a response.
Yeah,
No, not from
not from you. Your Honor, I believe it is going to be relevant as to how they moved on and kind of ended this portion of the investigation.
sustained.
All right. Let me ask you this. When initially, was Kenneth Copeland the target? Did it appear as if Kenneth Copeland was the target of YFN in the early months of January 2015?
Yes.
At any point, did it appear that that target shifted to anyone else?
Relevance and speculation.
Sustained.
Now, I want to transition and transfer into music. As a gang investigator, has music ever become part of your investigation?
Yes.
Tell the jury, how does music become a part of your investigation?
In gang culture and in rap music, a lot of times some of the artists either highlight, taunt, or humiliate their opposition through music. And I think it's part entertainment, but from the position of an investigator.
I'm going to object from the position of investigator.
Well,
This is not relevant from the position of investigator to go to what the jury is hearing about the allegations.
Speak as your expertise as a gang expert.
You want me to repeat what I just?
No.
Your Honor, I'm also going to object. This is outside of his expertise as a gang expert. Now we're talking about musicology and lyrics, and that is outside his expertise.
Overruled.
I think you can continue.
As rephrased by you.
Okay. As a gang expert, tell the jury how music can sometimes be involved in gang culture and rap, and how those two can coincide.
And gang culture and rap music is sometimes used to taunt, humiliate, and highlight some of their actions or to humiliate their opposition. A lot of times it's almost as if no one knows about it, then it didn't happen. So it's an opportunity to showcase what we did or to highlight what we did.
Objection on commenting on someone's intent, Your Honor. 704.
Sustained.
So don't come. What have you found? Let me ask you this. You talked about sometimes music can highlight, taunt, and humiliate. How have you seen examples of that as you've investigated as a gang investigator? How have you seen that type of highlighting, taunting, and humiliation in music?
You said, how have I seen it?
Yes.
For example, the song Get It Back in Blood. Get It Back in Blood is basically celebrating retaliation, illustrating to anybody that I'm gonna get it back in blood. You do something to me, I'm gonna retaliate to get it back in blood. And it basically spells it out in the song.
And as a law enforcement officer or a gang investigator specifically, when you're doing your investigation, do you look for music and then start your investigation, or are you investigating crime?
Question asked and answered previously.
Well, I don't know the answer to that because I wasn't here when he testified previously.
I don't recall specifically. That's all I say. I can't recall if he specifically talked about it. I don't recall.
Do you recall whether you already talked about this?
Judge, I've been here 3 times. I don't. I'm trying to keep up myself.
Okay, well, yeah, why don't you just, if you need to hit that briefly, to
Just
go
very
ahead and
quick.
do that.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Do you, when you're investigating, do you look for music and say, let me investigate this person, or does the music somehow become a part of the investigation?
Relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
We don't chase music, we chase crime. And through our investigation, all things are on the table. My job, when I work,
To what his job is, Your Honor, this is This is not
Sustained.
Okay. In a song, when you may listen to a song that might have evidence of whether it's a crime or what you call highlighting, taunting, or humiliation, is the entire song often the subject of the humiliation, taunting, and highlighting, or might there be certain portions?
In order for the characterization, question, evidence, perhaps information.
Sustained.
When you're hearing a song, does the entire song always humiliate, taunt, and highlight? Or could it be portions of the song that humiliate, taunt, and highlight?
just a portion. It might be a subliminal message, a small snippet.
704, Your Honor. It's the same thing, the intent.
Overruled.
And talk to the jury a little bit about subliminal messaging and how that can, what that looks like in a song.
Beyond expertise. We never had a Daubert hearing on this.
Yes, we did.
Not
Your
on
Honor,
this.
I have the Daubert order.
All right, we didn't have to take either a break or approach.
I'm gonna go. This might be-
A little too early for lunch, but give us a few minutes. Thank you. There's a rough of that Robert hearing.
Ms. Hilton said something about that.
No, that was me, sorry. There's a rough of the court's ruling at the very least on the Daubert hearing, but I don't know that we have a rough of the actual hearing.
And yeah, I know, we're checking right now.
All right, and
YouTube.
everybody knew, right, that the state was at least gonna offer investigator Dennis to testify about the lyrics, right?
I did. But what I was not aware of,
Just seems like the kind of thing that if y'all wanted the court to be having looked at this, you could have given me a heads up on.
I was unaware that there would be testimony as to, oh, this is decoded messages. That was never
Well, all right, no,
discussed.
but I ruled on that and I sustained the objection on that and Ms. Hilton understands that. So on the broader topic of, is he even qualified to testify about lyrics as a part of gang investigations, which I understand y'all now asserting that was never covered.
I'm not asserting that. What I understood was Detective Dennis, over objection, would testify, in this song, this is said. This lyric is said. That's what I believe the lyric is. That's the lyric in this song.
Right.
That's it. Now we're getting into, oh, we're sending messages.
No, we're not going to.
I understand. That's what I was objecting
She's not,
to.
right. And so is there any other objection to him being able to testify about using lyrics in his investigations, in his opinion, which is only his opinion, as to what significance that has to his investigations?
Well, I'm not waiving my objections because I've objected to it, but that's what I believed was going to be testified to. But just that
Understood, but I'm
limited
asking,
amount.
it seemed at the bench that some people were maybe saying, we don't believe that he was ever qualified as an expert to be able to testify to any extent about lyrics. If I'm just misunderstanding, then please correct me, but we don't need to find the hearing transcript and sort it out if y'all aren't maintaining that.
I don't think, you're incorrect. I think you're correct. That's what we said.
Okay.
And just, don't want to seem like we're being cagey about it, but it was in December of 2022.
Okay, well, it may be that the easier thing to do is to just bring him in and do this little part of it now. I don't mind doing that if y'all,
I don't want to speak for everyone else. If there is a rough, of the finding,
I don't know.
perhaps that might be.
Oh, I've looked at the finding. That doesn't,
Well, not the
that-
order.
The ruling. That
Okay.
appears to be just the ruling, not the actual hearing. So I can email that to everybody.
I'm not sure.
That might be helpful.
Well, y'all can certainly look at it, but, that won't take very long. And then if anybody wants, we can just have him come testify outside the jury's presence and I'll make a determination as to whether he has the necessary expertise to be able to testify in the way that was about to be asked.
And Your Honor, to be clear, it's not about the lyrics, it's about gang promotion in the music. So it's not specifically about, I think maybe Mr. Weinstein said musicology. We're not talking about.
I know that, which is why I overruled that objection. A rough, or the Daubert hearing, what we've got a rough of so far is some of his trial testimony, so. Well, regardless. I'm gonna recess for a few minutes. It looks like y'all are maybe trying to pull it up from the live stream, which is fine if you find it. But I'm gonna recess while y'all do that. And if any of the defendants need to use the restroom, y'all go do that as well.
Yeah.
Hey there, Young Thug trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert. A mother was recently awarded millions of dollars in a lawsuit against baby formula manufacturers after her premature baby was diagnosed with necrotizing enterocolitis, or NEC, after receiving bovine-based formula. The lawsuits allege that Enfamil and Similac premature formulas are linked to NEC, but manufacturers failed to warn the public of the risks and instead targeted them with false advertising. So if your premature baby was diagnosed with NEC after they were fed Enfamil or Similac, you may qualify for compensation. And one of our legal sponsors is partnering with Wagstaff Law Firm. This is a national firm renowned for their expertise to ensure that eligible claims are thoroughly presented. Visit babyformuladamages.com/YTT.
waiting on Mr. Shard.
Yes, they just went outside to get.
Well, Mr. Box is here. Is he here?
I didn't even see him. I didn't see him.
Go ahead.
Anyway. All right. Have a seat.
Yes, please do.
So understanding the court's ruling in regards to Detective Dennis not being able to testify about subliminal messages or anything like that, and just going really to the basic issue of what he was qualified for. I'm just going to take my direction from the transcript that was thankfully sent to us by Ms. Pressfield, as well as the court's actual order. Let me say first that the Daubert hearings were held initially back in December of 22, but I think the Detective Dennis, if I'm remembering correctly, was one of those who we weren't able to do then, so he may have been in 2023.
Okay.
That notwithstanding, I don't have any recollection of the detective being questioned or talking about his ability to interpret lyrics as part of his expertise. And so if we're relying on what the court ordered or what the court ruled, I look at page 6 of the court. I don't know you have it in front of you.
I do.
The court's order, which was drafted by the state.
It's adopted by the court though, so that's
Right.
really neither here nor there. Go ahead.
Right. And so I just know that there is nothing in there where he is qualified to testify about anything in regards to any lyrics, in regards to interpretation of rap lyrics, nothing in regards to his training or his qualification thereof. So we maintain our position that he is not qualified to testify
Okay,
about
well,
what the state intends to qualify.
I thought that what y'all were looking back at was the live stream of the Daubert
We
hearing.
couldn't find it.
Okay, well, the order on page 5 says that Detective Dennis also, quote, has extensive experience in evaluating their social media and communication practices, unquote. So if nobody can answer for me one way or another what it covered, and you maintain that you don't think it covered this, or you don't know what it covered, I'm happy to just have him come in here and let's hear his expertise on that and go on with it.
We're fine, because
All right.
we do not accept that when the court says communication patterns, that they're talking specifically about rap lyrics. That's our position.
I don't know. Let's get him in here. If nobody can remember. And we don't have a transcript. Yeah, I need the detective, please. And Ms. Hilton, did either of y'all handle the Daubert on this witness?
No, Your Honor, and what he was qualified in is a gang expert, and I am positive he talked about how gang
Were
members
you
use
there?
music.
Were you there
I was
for it?
present.
Okay.
And
And
how,
is this from your memory?
this is from my memory, how music can play a role in gang promotion, how music can play a role in gang, in the promotion of the gang. And that is what we're talking about. We're not talking about lyrics and musicology, but how does music play a role in the game?
Do you recall the Daubert hearing
November.
involving you
Yes.
in this case?
Yes.
Do you remember whether you testified to your expertise and experience in terms of looking at lyrics and songs and
Yes.
using those in your
Yes.
gang investigations?
Yes.
Okay, given that, anybody want to volunteer him on that topic, not his expertise, but whether he in fact testified about that already in the Daubert hearing?
Can I?
Yeah.
We talked about lyrics the last time I was here with the halftime song, me and Mr. Adams. Also, the last time I testified, the second time.
Is it going to be anything beyond that? That same type of testimony?
No, that's it, Your Honor. I mean, it is how do gangs use music, period.
What's your question going to be?
Whether or not he is qualified to do any interpretation of music, rap lyrics as relates to his expertise in gangs. Not whether or not he's familiar with communication patterns of gangs, but specifically whether he can look at a particular rap lyric and make any interpretation about what that means to gangs, specifically in regards to this case.
Is that something that was already covered in the Daubert hearing?
Yes.
All right, we're not going to recover it. I mean, I don't have any reason to not believe this witness.
Understood.
Okay. Let's get the jury.
Then
Well, honestly, we should just let the jury go out to lunch at this point. How long are we going to be with this witness?
Your Honor, probably about another hour, hour and a half with that.
All right. Do we know whether lunches are here yet? They're not. All right.
all right, after continued objection in regards to that, please.
Okay. Let's get the jury back in. Laura. All right, thank you. Ms. Hilton, you and just one member of the defense approach. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to get you back out here only to tell you that I'm going to release you for lunch. I sort of had a thought about something when y'all were on the way out that I think we need to probably take care of before we continue with the testimony of this witness. So I'm going to release y'all for lunch, and if y'all could be back at 1:15, please. Thank you. Okay, you can go ahead and be seated. So, actually,
in the last like 2 seconds, Ms. Percival has received the rough of the Daubert hearing. So she's going to send that out to everybody. And if it's already resolved, then it's resolved and we can all just go to lunch. If not, we'll stick around here, do that little bit of a Daubert hearing and then go to lunch. So just give us a few seconds or, well, a few minutes. Part of it, not all of it. So honestly, you know what, Ms. Percival, how about you be looking and why don't we just go ahead and do our mini Daubert?
Your Honor, we found it
Yeah.
online too. We could share it if you want to do it that way too.
Oh, if you found it and we have an answer, great.
No. We have the YouTube position.
Oh,
Didn't watch it yet.
how long? I mean, I would imagine it's pretty long, right?
So
I have it, but I didn't see the length.
I was here for an hour.
Unless that's searchable.
I was here for an hour.
You were here for an hour?
Yes, in my job here.
Okay, I don't think it's,
Wasn't here long.
Yeah. Yes. That is so cool.
Most of the time. So if you give
Or
me,
like words?
yes,
That's amazing.
if you give me a few minutes.
Okay.
Well, no, if this one is searchable.
Did you send it to me? Somebody be looking at the transcript that we have and
Can you share the YouTube link with us?
This is sharing with the state right now.
Thank you.
yeah, I think it just takes a minute on our internet for things to get.
I'm trying to pull it up. You have it? No, sure. I'm not trying, I'm trying to find the link.
Do that.
First of all, I'm sending it to you.
Okay.
Have that.
Detective Dennis clearly testified about lyrics and understanding what's going on in the music and it maybe just meaning something to the average listener and other people to other things to members in a gang. So
That's page 16.
well, what I'm looking at is page 51, but this was covered and he was qualified. So I'm satisfied.
Fifty-one.
51, 52,
41.
41. 55. $16. All right, so he's qualified. We're breaking for lunch. See y'all back at 1:15.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank y'all.
Hey there, Young Thug trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert. A mother was recently awarded millions of dollars in a lawsuit against baby formula manufacturers after her premature baby was diagnosed with necrotizing enterocolitis, or NEC, after receiving bovine-based formula. The lawsuits allege that Enfamil and Similac premature formulas are linked to NEC, but manufacturers failed to warn the public of the risks and instead targeted them with false advertising. So if your premature baby was diagnosed with NEC after they were fed Enfamil or Similac, you may qualify for compensation. And one of our legal sponsors is partnering with Wagstaff Law Firm. This is a national firm renowned for their expertise to ensure that eligible claims are thoroughly presented. Visit babyformuladamages.com/YTT.
He's not already qualified with that degree of specificity. Go ahead, whichever one of y'all is gonna handle that part.
Detective Dennis, as a gang investigator, did music sometimes come up in your investigation?
Yes,
How did it come up in your investigation?
a lot of rappers participate in gangs, and so it often came up.
And as an expert, when you said a lot of gang members rap, do gangs in your experience use music in order to promote their gangs?
Yes,
Do they also use music and sometimes to promote fear and violence in their music?
yes.
I think it's, if you could focus more on what his training and experience with regard to that is.
Sure. You tell the court about your training experience in using music as a part of your gang investigations.
In my almost 10 years in the gang unit, we investigated countless different gangs, gang members, music, literature, social media. Like I said previously, nothing was off limits. And music, like I said earlier, a lot of times we weren't investigating the music, we were investigating the crime, and the music came up or someone made us aware of a song that referenced something in reference to the crime in which we was investigating.
And as you heard those songs, how did you then use that as a part of your investigation?
That helped understand sometimes why a retaliation happened, or were they taunting a rival, or were they highlighting something that they did or something like that, and that helped us investigate what we were doing.
And how often over your 10 years of being a part of gang unit would you say music came up in your investigation?
Like a percentage?
Yeah.
I couldn't even, 75% to 100%, I don't know.
Okay. And have you ever had the occasion to teach on how music and gang culture, about music and gang culture?
Yes, I think I said last time I had a presentation that I talked to other investigators and students about hip hop and gang culture and how they go hand in hand.
And how many times have you done that presentation?
More than 10.
Martin. And just tell the court a little bit about what you talk about in that presentation.
In the presentation, I basically use movies, music, and showed through entertainment how in the African American community, they can be brainwashed through entertainment, and how gangs has been pushed on the African American community through entertainment. I think I referenced last time the movies Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society. I didn't know what a Blood or a Crip was until I saw Colors. All of that is through entertainment. Same thing with music.
If you could tell the court briefly, what were some of the songs that you used as a part of your presentation?
Part of my presentation.
I'm more interested in his own training than his teaching other people. I mean, I get that he must have had something that from which he could then teach other people, but we're skipping that part.
So again, over the course of your tenure, you said you maybe had about 75 to 100% of your cases are with, may have had some type of music involved in your investigation. Have you had you yourself trained specifically on how music can be a part of your gang investigations?
I took every gang class that they offered us. We took gang training through Gypstick. We took training in other jurisdictions. We took whatever gang training was offered in an effort to learn trends, music or what have you. We also had monthly meetings with other departments, and we also information shared about music, gang trends, and different things, because a lot of times something that was happening in Atlanta or happening in another jurisdiction eventually was going to come to Atlanta. And so we often shared this information over the course of my years through my training and my own background. I was able to decipher a song, decipher movies and entertainment, and understand what's being said. And through interviews with individuals involved in our investigations, a lot of them would help us understand some of the music and some of the lyrics that they were saying.
Course indulgent. No further questions.
All right, does anybody have questions? All right.
I want to hone in specifically on your training, right? I heard you say that you've given a presentation about gangs, but I'm asking about gangs and specifically rap music and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs. What is this presentation that you've given, and are there any literature, is there literature or any material that you have that you can share with us that you've used in this presentation?
I don't have the presentation with me, but in the presentation, it's my own accumulation of entertainment, music, and presenting. I present to kids, I present to adults and other cops, and educating them. In the gang unit, a lot of officers don't understand what's happening right before their eyes. And so for myself, I was tasked with educating not only our department, but other departments when I worked for the ATF, them as well as students about this information.
What literature specifically have you used to educate either yourself or other investigators in regards to the relationship to rap and rap lyrics to gangs?
You mean, when you say literature, you mean like books, or are you talking about magazines?
I'm talking about books, I'm talking about learned treatises, I'm talking about studies, anything like that?
Training materials.
None of it. No. Magazines, we might use any hip hop magazine or different examples that's in a magazine might be something that we are able to reference because of the wording or something like that. When you reference books, I've read different gang books from other officers. I've read a book out of Compton. I think it's A Lonely Day in Compton or something, and it was written by gang detectives out of Compton, because a lot of gang, they were privy to a lot more information than we were in their own work over the years.
Right, and what specific information, here's what I'm trying to get to, Detective.
Sure.
I'm really not trying to trick you or anything, but I want to know specifically, is there a book, is there a training manual that specifically deals with rap lyrics as it relates to gangs?
No.
Okay. You referenced before, I think you used the words, my own background is used to decipher this information. You talked about movies.
Mhm.
So are we talking simply about you looking at the movie Menace to Society?
Yes, I say yes.
Right, looking at the movie Boys in the Hood,
Yes.
and you're saying that that is what you have used to form your expertise in regards to rap lyrics and the relationship between rap lyrics and gangs?
What I'm saying is, based on my own upbringing, growing up in a gang-infested environment, my own education, my own training, as well as watching these said movies, is where I formulated my opinion.
Have there, other than what you yourself have experienced in your own personal life, right, have there been any, for example, instructors, professors, or anyone else who have taught you using material or lesson plan in regards to the relationship between rap lyrics
No.
and gang? No?
No.
All right. Those are all the questions I have.
Anybody else? Any redirect?
Nothing from the state trial.
All right. So, and then has a part of what you have done, how does that intersect with what you know about gangs?
What?
The music and the lyrics.
From listening, I'm a rap fan myself, and from listening to music and watching movies, videos, YouTube, I'm able to understand what is being said and what is being expressed. Of my life, it's just like watching anything. I can understand it. And by me being a gang investigator, a regular person might listen and think it's art. And it may be art. But for myself, with my education and my background and investigating gangs for a number of years, I'm able to understand exactly the message that's being kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? That's being given. I can't even think of, but I understand when someone says, I caught somebody down bad. To you, you may look at that and say, oh, they caught somebody down bad. But for me, that means you caught somebody and you were able to hurt them, kill them, or what have you. So I'm able to decipher what is being said. A regular lay person does not understand that. They look at it as just art or a lyric in a song.
Okay. All right. Once again, I'm satisfied that based on his training and experience, he can testify as an expert as to maybe a double meaning within rap lyrics.
Your Honor.
And it's obviously ultimately going to be for the jury to determine whether they,
And
believe and accept as credible anything he or any other witness says. Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, that's my issue. I understand the court's ruling. I just asked you to consider what he has testified to. He has no specialized knowledge beyond the ken of any layperson. I understand his saying that what he grew up around. I grew up in Brooklyn too, and maybe there are members of the jury who have the same life experiences as him, but that's not what the purpose of
I understand. I'm not basing it just on where he grew up. It's
Right.
his training and experience as a gang investigator.
But specifically in regard to the interpretation of rap and rap lyrics as it relates to gangs, he has not given the court any information whatsoever to indicate that he has any specialized knowledge that will qualify him as an expert, such that his opinion could go to the jury for them to look at him as an expert in that field. None whatsoever. And I've maintained my objection. I'd ask that he not be qualified in that particular area.
All right, I understand, and your objection is overruled. I mean, this just happens to be words that are set to a beat. It's no different. All right, let's get the jury in here.
Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans. Mr. Sharp. Oh, Mr. Watson. Investigator Dennis. Before we go back to where we left off at, just a few questions, just a few additional questions. You talked about during your investigation back in 2015, you were able to go to social media and pull things from social media. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
All right. And even after 2015, did you still pull or were able to view social media of individuals that were a part of that 2015 investigation?
yes,
You have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 1TT and 544Y. Can you please tell if you recognize what's in first State Exhibit 1TT?
yes,
And did you pull that from social media?
yes,
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the picture in which you pulled from social media that contains a blue car and an individual standing on a blue car?
yes,
You know, this time state like the Tennessee State Exhibit 1TT is the evidence. 1TT is the evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
And also looking at State Exhibit 544Y, is that a picture that you pulled from the Instagram of, whose Instagram is that? Let me ask.
it appears to be Shannon Stillwell,
And what was the Instagram handle?
OG_Bull, BOOL.
And
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Could you use the microphone, please? Thank you.
is there a date on that image?
March 28th of 2015.
Your Honor, this time state like the Tennessee State Exhibit 544Y into evidence.
It's admitted.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
I do have a
Sorry.
specific objection.
Okay.
I can approach now or I can approach before it's published.
Let's go ahead and approach now.
gonna also show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 545Y. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 545Y?
Yes,
And what is the State's Exhibit 545Y?
it's a post from Mr. Stillwell's Instagram.
Okay, and was that also pulled in, appear to be, have been posted in 2015?
Yes, same date as the other picture.
You know, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 545Y into evidence.
Just renewing my objection from when we litigated these before.
Okay, it is admitted, all of the objections that were made before are preserved, and as to 544Y, that's admitted, subject to whatever modification the two of you agreed to.
And preserving the objection.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. First showing State's Exhibit 543Y. Excuse me, 544Y. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 1TT, while
Mr. Weinstein.
Your Honor, this one you cannot fix. This is bad character evidence that came in. The state should the witness. I move for this trial. This absolutely cannot be unheard by the jury. It was heard clear as day in his deep sonorous voice. They have heard it, they have absorbed it. It cannot be fixed. 404A, Your Honor.
Here, whatever response the state might be able to make on that.
Your Honor, that was not the state's intention.
I'm sure it wasn't.
Your Honor, that wasn't even, that response didn't even come across my mind that would even have come out of our witness's mouth, Your Honor. The state's intention was to solely talk about the vehicle that he was standing on and the fact that he was standing on the vehicle. If you could just give us an opportunity to just look at some case law just to see if
Your Honor, I'm sorry. How many times has this man testified in a trial? How long has he been I know he's a retired investigator. How long has he been an investigator? He knows he is not supposed to say that, Your Honor.
I would find it surprising if he isn't aware that that's not supposed to come out. I do not believe that the state intended to elicit that, and I think that you actually yourself acknowledged up here at the bench that you don't believe that was the state's intention.
I do not believe it was their
Nonetheless, it
intention.
happened. I'm going to give y'all about 15 minutes or so to find whatever you might be able to find.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank
Hey there, Young Thug trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert. A mother was recently awarded millions of dollars in a lawsuit against baby formula manufacturers after her premature baby was diagnosed with necrotizing enterocolitis, or NEC, after receiving bovine-based formula. The lawsuits allege that Enfamil and Similac premature formulas are linked to NEC, but manufacturers failed to warn the public of the risks and instead targeted them with false advertising. So if your premature baby was diagnosed with NEC after they were fed Enfamil or Similac, you may qualify for compensation. And one of our legal sponsors is partnering with Wagstaff Law Firm. This is a national firm renowned for their expertise to ensure that eligible claims are thoroughly presented. Visit babyformuladamages.com/YTT.
up with. Wait, sorry, do we have everybody? No, we don't. Yes, we do now. Okay. No, we don't. Yeah, I know. All right, what is the state?
Yes, Your Honor, the state will ask that you deny defendant's motion for a mistrial. The state would like to cite the court to Swims v. State, which is 307 Georgia, 651, a 2020 case, Your Honor. In that case, which was the defendant's own enumeration of error, and I'm in Division 2 of that opinion, Your Honor. Swims contends that the trial court erred in denying his motion for mistrial after his character was improperly placed into evidence during Chelsea Owens' testimony. When the state asked Owens if Swims offered any reasoning for why he wanted to escape, Owens responded, and this is what the witness said in that case. I asked Swims, why would he do that? I said, why would you want to do that? He told me because they did not honor his fast and speedy trial. He was looking at getting off on a technicality because they didn't honor that. He didn't have that for his defense. He said he was doing time. He had a lot of time in West Virginia that he wasn't never going to get out. In that case, Swims' trial counsel immediately asked to approach the bench and moved for a mistrial. The trial court judge overruled Swims' objection and denied his motion. The state resumed its direct examination of Owens, who then testified that Swims provided another possible motivation for attempting an escape, that Swims had murdered Clemson. I asked him, did y'all kill that child? And he told me, why do you want out of here so bad? So that was how the testimony continued. I'm gonna skip down. A trial court's denial of a motion for mistrial based on the improper admission of bad character evidence is reviewed for abuse of discretion by examining factors and circumstances, including the nature of the statement. Sorry. The other evidence in the case and the action taken by the court and counsel concerning the impropriety. And they cite Smith v. State, 302 Georgia, 699. A passing reference to a defendant's incarceration does not place his character in evidence. And they cite Lewis v. State, 287 Georgia, 210 at Penn site 212. Furthermore, Owens' passing reference to Swims' incarceration in West Virginia for an unstated crime was an unexpected answer to the question asked by the prosecutor, who was attempting to establish that Clemson's murder was the reason Swims wanted out of jail so bad. And they see Walker v. State, 282 Georgia, 703. A non-responsive answer that impacts negatively on the defendant's character does not improperly place his character in issue. After Swims' mistrial was denied, the state did not inquire further into Swims' crimes in West Virginia beyond the single confirmation that his incarceration there also served as a motive for escape. Your Honor, given what occurred in this case, Your Honor, the state's intention when I asked the question, what was the significance of that picture? The state's intention was solely to talk about the fact that Mr. Kendrick was standing on that car being that of Rayshon Bennett. His mother had identified that car yesterday during her testimony, Your Honor. So it was an inadvertent response, which was not responsive to the state's answer, Your Honor. And given that is what occurred, Your Honor, the state would ask that you deny their motion. Furthermore, Your Honor, other factors that you look at in order to determine whether or not a mistrial should be granted is the nature of the statement, other evidence in the case, the action taken by the action taken by the court.
The what?
The actions taken by the court. was the reference and isolated and brief, and whether the jury's exposure was repeated and extensive, and was it inadvertent? Additionally, Your Honor, within the indictments, Your Honor, we did charge Mr. Kendrick with, as one of the overt acts in this indictment, which is Act 58, and he's also charged in this indictment in count 63 of this indictment, Your Honor, of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, previously convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm. Your Honor, so for the purposes of having to prove that count of the indictment, we will have to enter Mr. Kendrick's certified copy of his conviction, of course, with a limiting instruction that only be used against him, Your Honor. So the fact that came out during that testimony would not be substantially more prejudicial, Your Honor, given that, one, the jury has heard this indictment, and as well as this evidence will come out, at least that he was convicted, because we have to prove that portion of the indictment, Your Honor. So we would ask that the court deny his motion. All right. And we have instructed our witness. Okay, say this.
Ms. Weinstein.
Thank you, Your Honor. In the Swims case cited by the state, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not believe that was a seasoned officer that testified about the bad character. Is that correct?
I don't know if
I-
it's.
You don't know, I looked, it's not.
It's
It
an
was a fellow
inmate, right? And I think there's a distinction between a fellow inmate and an officer with decades of experience. And it's not just I that think that. I mean, I think if you go back and look at Posey v. State, which you may have already looked at, 152 Georgia Appeals 216, there you have a case where a seasoned officer testified about bad character of a defendant. The court in that case called for, there should have been a mistrial. It says that when it's impossible for the trial court by corrective instruction to rectify the harm done by improper testimony, a mistrial must be granted. And again, the issue here is you have a seasoned officer, someone with years of experience testifying. And in Posey, there's really very instructive language from our courts where they say, we reiterate here, I'm sorry, I'm talking too fast.
And too loudly.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to tone it down. We reiterate here what we said in Boyd. It may well be argued that peace officers are not always well acquainted with our rules of evidence, and that statements such as the one here are merely inadvertent. I'm going to stop the quote for a second to say something, which is, again, here we have a peace officer, here we have an investigator who is well seasoned. The quote continues, "But if we refuse to reverse this judgment, then we provide no incentive to district attorneys and solicitors to counsel their witnesses, especially law enforcement officers, to avoid extraneous and inadmissible outbursts. It is high time that this court go on record as opposing without reservation such conduct by law enforcement officers." Posey is exactly on point. Posey calls for a mistrial. This officer should have known better. The state should have properly prepared the witness to not issue, to not blurt out, to not state so clearly that my client was just getting out of prison. It cannot be corrected, Your Honor.
All right. Any last words by the state? Well, actually, never mind. It's the defense's motion, so y'all don't get any last words. All right. I think I am finding that this was not intentionally elicited on the part of the state. However, I also am finding that this witness is a law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. It is, however, significant that one of the charges against Mr. Kendrick in this indictment is that he is a convicted felon. Were it not for that, I would grant the mistrial motion. But given that the jury already knows that he's been convicted and is a convicted felon anyway, even without this testimony, I don't think that a mistrial is warranted. I am, however, going to give a curative instruction and as a sanction for this having occurred, that's the end of the testimony from this witness. There's going to be no more testimony from him. So he's done. All right. What I am proposing to say as an instruction is defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and should not have been mentioned. Further, this witness, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them in this case.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
I would also then, because we didn't have the opportunity to cross-examine, so it would be a
Okay.
confrontation clause, it would be reversible error. So I'm moving,
Let me ask you this. Have y'all cross-examined him the
Yes.
2 times before? All right, so we're going to strike everything
Yes,
he
that's what I
said
figured.
today.
and
All right.
the notes, just like you did before, all the notes, they have to go back, give them to the court if you don't mind, put them under seal, or, and that's what I remember you doing, but whatever you did with them. And if they can't follow that instruction, please alert me
All right.
on court if you
Yeah.
don't mind.
You're right. Can we just ask that we can just stop our testimony and give them an opportunity to cross-examine him?
No, I guess you can ask, and the
I mean-
answer is no.
But I don't.
The
think that-
answer is no. You can make a record.
Yes, Your Honor. You're right. I don't believe that he and my question was broad.
It's not your fault.
And I understand that, but Your Honor, the testimony that was given today, this was a one-time
I know.
infraction, Your Honor. And we would just ask, we can understand that if his testimony, if the state no longer can question him, we would ask that all of his testimony from today is not stricken because of one mistake. Like this was one mistake that he made, Your Honor. We would stop our questioning of him, allow the defense to cross him on what has come out now. But all of the information that he's provided this far, he has been careful. He has not said anything today that was even remotely close to what happened here right now. I believe it was a mistake on his part. Maybe as a state, I should have instructed clearer, and I will take that responsibility, Your Honor. But given that this was one moment in time, the state is going to ask that we will stop questioning. If that's the sanction that the state has to stop questioning him, Your Honor, we will take that sanction and ask that the defense be allowed to cross him and that we be not allowed to direct him, and that's fine, but not that his entire testimony from today be struck, Your Honor, given that that was one mistake that he made very short in time, Your Honor.
All right,
We would just
understood.
ask that.
Do I need to
Ruling
respond to that,
stands.
Your Honor?
You don't
Okay.
need to.
Thank you.
Yes.
I did not mention it, but also all the exhibits admitted through this gentleman need to be taken back under seal as well and disregarded by the jury, please.
Do you have another witness available?
Yes, Your Honor. We're
Okay.
trying to figure that out.
All right. Go ahead and get them lined up.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I have one question. Is retired investigator Dennis going to return to the stand at some point? I'm not sure if the state had planned on that or not, or if your sanction would bar that as well.
Oh, no. He won't be returning.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted that clarified.
unless you'd like for me to have him come back and admonish him. But I'm not gonna do it in front of the jury because I don't think we need to highlight it further. Okay. I kind of would like to tell him he should have known better though. Y'all can just relay that. Okay,
Excuse me, Your Honor, and I'd like to renew my motion for mistrial prior to the next question.
all right, it is denied.
Thank you.
Okay, do you have another witness you can put up now, or do I need to give y'all a few minutes? Okay. Why is the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, why is that already in, before the jury? That wasn't bifurcated?
It was not bifurcated, Sean.
Did nobody ask that it be bifurcated?
This has been a long trial, and I know you're not asking about my client's charges, but my recollection is I asked for my client's charges to be bifurcated,
think we.
and it was denied, is my recollection. And so,
It must be able to check overlap as well, and that's why I think that I'm going to check. So it's an overt act, so like a felony murder. with the
Okay, what is the overt act? That they're convicted felons? That would be weird.
Yeah, the whole thing.
I mean, there has to be some reason, but, that,
187,
That's why it wasn't that.
okay, well,
189.
The 187 is just possession of fire. So that's 189.
189. Okay, that explains it. Okay, well then I guess my instruction will say as to count 63 and alleged overt act 189. Okay. Where'd my instruction go? Okay, thank you. Okay, which actually then has to change my instruction as to the rest of them too. In order to be correct, my instruction would be his prior criminal history shouldn't be considered in connection with any of the other defendants except to the extent the jury finds it relevant to overt act 189, which y'all may not want said at all. You may want me to just not say anything at all about it. So what's the defense preference, everybody other than Mr. Kendrick? You know what I'm asking? Yes. So I was going to say that his prior criminal history shouldn't be considered in connection with any of the other defendants or any of the charges against them, but that's not actually true if it's an overt act. And so do you want me to just not say anything at all about the other defendants, or say it shouldn't be considered against any of them except to the extent it might be relevant to their determination of overt act 189?
Your Honor, I thought we discussed this. The overt act is coming in as an admission by Mr. Kendrick, which violates our confrontation clause, right? That's the instruction the state was supposed to give to you when they were talking about the same thing,
Right, the
overt act.
conviction itself.
Right.
In that,
So that would insulate us, not Mr. Kendrick, of that overt act. And that's the instruction I tried to do. I cannot formulate it, and you asked the state to do it. And it goes
yeah,
to Mr.
I mean, I'd
Ryan.
love for both of you to at least come up with your best effort on it. So
So it does not apply to Mr. Matthews, Miss
any of the rest
Williams,
of them,
right.
basically. But so
the instruction you've been waiting on.
I know. But I think, yeah.
If I may just continue speaking, that's why I believe that Mr. Ryan's jury verdict, Mr. Kendrick's conviction, Mr. Stillwell's conviction, there might be one more, the guilty pleas, Mr. Winfrey, but I've discussed that, should all be kept out of this trial. Because somebody like me, Mr. Williams, not a convicted felon. He can't cross any of these people unless they testify. And I don't believe that a limiting instruction will be fashioned. That's my belief.
And y'all are planning to prove those as to the defendant who's convicted with their convictions, but are you doing anything beyond that?
No, Your Honor, and I think that was what Ms. Love was working on as far as crafting instruction, that it only goes against the defendant who's convicted. It only goes against that defendant, not the other.
Even as an overt act, even in consideration of Rico.
And I think that is where, as I say, we've been trying to word it, and Mr. Steele and I have had brief conversation, figuring out the best wording.
But do you agree that they can't even if they find that overt act with regard to Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Stillwell, it normally would be that, you know, if you find that any of the co-conspirators committed an overt act, which then they would have found that as to these people if they believed the conviction, then all you need to find with regard to the rest of the co-conspirators is the rest of what's required for the Rico violation, not a separate overt act. You know what I'm saying? And so how is it not in some way considered, it's not necessarily considered against them, but it checks a box that has to be checked with regard to each defendant that somebody committed an overt act. Okay, here's somebody who committed an overt act. And so it checks that box for what's required for Rico.
Can I ask her for this purpose for right now? Can we do the curative instruction that they disregard what you said?
Yeah, but I mean, what do I say? Disregard it with regard to any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them? And then y'all just are gonna have to prove something else or what? Because I don't want to give them the wrong instruction. I mean, and it may be that it does have to be some other overt act with regard. I don't see how it can't, how you get around confrontation clause. You know?
Yes, Your Honor. I guess my thought is if you're striking, for purposes of today, if you're striking his entire testimony, then everything he has said is.
I know, but I'm trying to tell the jurors, Mr. Kendrick's criminal history is not relevant except with regard to count 63, an overt act. Is it 189?
Yes, Your Honor.
But really, I mean, is that?
Can we?
Or you can just strike overt act 189 out of the indictment. That would be easier.
And that was our position, because there's no way, respectfully, that a highly intelligent juror like we have is going to be able to follow this gymnastic.
And I guess I thought since you're striking his entire testimony now, can we deal with the felony portion of the instruction later?
I mean, I'd love to, except for the fact that now's the time to do it. I'm taking their notes away and I'm saying to them what you heard about him having just gotten out of prison, you need to disregard except for some very limited reasons.
But since we have not put his conviction in, if you just disregard everything at this point, there's no evidence before them about him being in prison right now. So my point is, if you just tell them disregard everything that they heard, there is no other evidence for them to consider right now.
So then I would say his prior criminal history has no relevance to this case. And yes, it will ultimately have relevance to count 63. And I know we don't have what the conviction is or why he was in prison yet, and they're being told to disregard it anyway. But I mean, if y'all can come up with some better wording, great.
What is?
I mean, I can just say this witness as a former law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of Mr. Kendrick having been in prison, but.
No, I don't think that part is necessary, Your Honor. Given I do think it was a mistake. Can you read your instruction again?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and overt act 189 and should not have been mentioned by this witness. Further, this witness as a former law enforcement officer should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's prior criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants or any of the charges against them in this case. I'm going to strike the testimony of the witness today, disregard the testimony exhibits, I'll collect your notes, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I guess that can just do for now, and we can get into the nitty gritty of it with regard to Rico later. I just think if we can't come up with something better in the next couple of minutes, that's what I'm going to go with. Do you want me to catch you up? Okay. And ultimately by his conviction, which is of course testimonial, and how can that be considered against any other defendant? And that hadn't been sorted out yet. I'm just going to say should not be considered in connection with any of these other defendants in this case. All right, that's what I'm going to say. So let's get the jury out.
Yes. Do you need to approach if I don't have the jury here yet? Yeah, okay. I'm on it. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, let's get the jury out. Miss. Oh, this is Officer Roger D. Rogers. Do you mind, I've just gotta give the jury instructions before we have your testimony. So do you mind just hanging right outside that first set of doors? We'll wave you in just a second.
Thank you. Okay, maybe you should hear it too. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Gone. I am sorry for the delay. I need to give y'all an instruction. Defendant Kendrick's prior criminal history has no relevance to this case except as to count 63 and overt act 189, and it should not have been mentioned by retired investigator Dennis. And further, investigator Dennis, as a former law enforcement officer, should have known better than to make any mention of it. Likewise, Mr. Kendrick's prior criminal history should not be considered in connection with any of the other defendants in this case. I'm going to strike the testimony of investigator Dennis that was given today. You're to disregard today's testimony and the exhibits admitted through investigator Dennis today in their entirety. We'll collect your notes from today and shred them. And if there's anybody that is not going to be able to follow those instructions, please let the court know that now by raising your hand. Everybody good? Okay. Yes. And he's all we've heard today so far. Anyway, we're going to hear some further testimony from other witnesses. So just, I know some of y'all are trying to conserve paper, so we'll do the same thing we did before if anybody's written on both sides, but otherwise, is that what your question was going to be? Okay. All right. So just flip to a new page now, and we've got a couple more hours, and we'll just collect them at the end of the day. All right. Okay. Call your next witness.
So I was saying, call Officer Rogers, stand.
What's the last name?
Rogers.
Okay, thank you.
David Rogers, DAVID RODGERS.
And Your Honor, for ease, this is starting of the Act 159.
Okay, thank you.
Officer Rogers, where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I just entered my 14th year.
And if you can tell the jury briefly about your history with the Atlanta Police Department.
While at the Atlanta Police Department, worked patrol for a little while before moving over to the Special Operations Section. Did about 8 years there before moving over to Special Enforcement, where I did time at the Auto Crimes Unit, and my last assignment there was at gangs before my incident.
And we're going to talk about your incident in a moment. When you were a patrol officer, what zone did you work for?
I started in Zone 6.
And did you work any other zones as a patrol officer?
No, ma'am.
Now, you said that your last assignment prior to your incident was you working in gangs.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do while you worked in gangs?
While on gangs, we were tasked with proactive enforcement, keeping up with wanted gang members and apprehension of those persons, and that was about the gist of it.
And how long did you work as an officer in the gang unit?
I was only there for 8 months.
And in those 8 months while you worked as an officer in the gang unit, what, if anything, did you do differently than the investigators in the gang unit?
Typically, we were out in the streets more, certain high crime areas, presence, things of that nature.
And as an officer with the gang unit, did you have a specific zone that you worked, or did you work the entire city of Atlanta?
Citywide.
And how closely did you work with the investigators in the gang unit as an officer in the gang unit?
We worked hand in hand. If they had certain targets or subjects that they wanted apprehended, we would go out and look for them.
And was that one of the primary responsibilities as an officer to assist with the apprehension of suspects?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to February 7th, 2022.
Okay.
Were you working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your normal shift when you worked as an officer with the gang unit?
My normal shift was Tuesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
And let me ask, in 2022, were you working as an officer in the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am.
When you began your shift today, were you assigned to assist in any apprehensions on that day, February 7, 2022?
At the start of that day, we didn't have any activity. We were actually waiting on fugitive to go and serve a paper that day or serve a warrant that day. And we were made aware that the target got mobile, and that's when we were called.
And who was the target that fugitive was looking to arrest that day?
Mr. Christian Eppinger for the charges of armed robbery and aggravated assault, I believe the case was.
Mm-hmm. And how did you get involved with the apprehension of Mr. Eppinger?
Well, we were contacted by the surveillance investigator at the time, Investigator Storno, and so we made our way from Marietta Boulevard over to Cleveland Avenue. Me and my partner for the day, we staged for a little bit and briefed while we tried to gather more resources and be updated on current information of his status and whereabouts.
Okay, and you said your partner for the day, let me first ask you, was your partner in the same vehicle as you?
No, ma'am, we were in two separate cars.
Okay. And if you're in separate cars, how was that he was your partner for the day?
We typically do everything in twos, but we were the only two officers for my unit working that day.
And who was this other officer?
Officer J. Teasley.
Teasley?
Yes, ma'am.
Teasley?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said that, were you both at Marietta prior to getting the call to assist?
We were in the area. I was on Marietta Boulevard. I don't know his specific location on the west side that day, but we were over there.
And You said that once you received the call to assist, is that when you made your way over from Marietta Boulevard to Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you got over to Cleveland Avenue, did you go directly on Cleveland Avenue or did you stay somewhere else prior to getting on Cleveland Avenue?
No, ma'am. Prior to, so we briefed him and myself. We briefed on the side of the Interstate 75 just before Cleveland. Talked about what we were going to do and what we were looking for, what he was wearing, things of that nature. Tried to gather more resources as far as zone crime suppression units. I think I called upon the fugitive unit that day, but they were tied up doing something else.
Now, do you remember what the description was that you were given for him?
We were told black jacket, white pants. I believe it was an orange hoodie.
Tell us what happened once you got over to Cleveland Avenue.
All right. After the brief, Investigator Storno told us that he had left the gas station and was out on foot.
If you hear an objection, if you'll just pause.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
It's okay. I know it's a little bit hard to hear. Everybody needs to use their mics. Hearsay.
Yes.
Your effect on the listener.
Sustained.
Okay. Without telling,
I'm sorry, overruled.
Okay.
Overruled.
based upon what Investigator Storno said, what did you all do?
He told us he was on foot walking from the gas station into the condominium complex. At that time, we left the side of the interstate, moved in, coming down Cleveland Avenue, turned on the Steel Road, at which time I locked eyes on Mr. Evinger, pulled into the complex.
Let me stop you right here. You said the condos in which he was going to. Do you recall the name of those condos?
I don't. The address, I believe, is 2637 Old Hateville. I don't know the exact name. The Steel Road entrance. I don't think it's a specific signage at that entrance. I think the signage is on the other side.
Have you heard of Colonial Square Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that sound familiar? No.
Not at the moment.
Okay, that's fine. Is this location within Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said that the address is 2637 Old Hateville Road.
Mm-hmm.
Does the apartment complex have multiple entrances?
Yes.
Okay. Is one of those entrances on Old Hateville?
Yes, ma'am.
And is the other on Steel?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can just describe for the jury, if you're on Cleveland Avenue, what are some landmarks where that apartment complex is?
Steel Road sits between now it's a Chevron and a Checkers restaurant. I think the address, well, I don't remember the exact address for the Chevron at Cleveland, but it's Steel Road sits in between the Chevron right there at Cleveland and Interstate 75 and the Checkers.
Okay. Once you got onto Cleveland Avenue, what did you do?
Turn left on the Cleveland Avenue, coming southbound from the interstate. We crossed the overpass, pulled up at Steel Road, made a left turn onto Steel Road, at which time I could see Mr. Evinger walking through the complex, at which time I made to go make contact with Mr. Evinger.
And at the time when you went to go make contact with him, were you inside of the gate at 2637 Old Hateville Road?
Yes, ma'am. It was it's a block of homes right there at the entrance. I think I remember him being on the sidewalk.
And at that time, once you made entrance inside, do you know where your partner was?
I don't. Last I checked, he was behind me, turning off of Cleveland Ave on the Steel Road.
Okay. Once you got into the apartment complex and you see who you believe to be Mr. Evinger, what did you do?
I tried to pull ahead of Mr. Evinger, get out. I gave him commands, advising him that he did have paper. Also told him he had warrants. He kind of looked at me, looked past me, proceeded to walk past me. At this time, I'm traveling behind Mr. Evinger. I go to put hands on him, start to pull on him and things of that nature. And as I'm pulling on him, trying to grab him, I kind of start to look over my shoulder, trying to locate my partner because Mr. Evinger at the time was non-compliant, still walking, still kind of doing what he was doing. And when my partner wasn't there at that time, I chose to transition from lethal force, downgraded to my taser. Went to go tase Mr. Epperson, but when I went to go access my taser, I couldn't drop the hood. I didn't drop the hood. And so when I turned my body to access it with my right hand is when I started feeling these shots.
So let's kind of slow that down, okay? Let me ask you this. At the time and when you went to go apprehend Mr. Eppinger, did you have your body cam on?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have dash cam in your vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now you said that you got out the car and you went to go and grab him. When you got out the car, did you have your gun?
Yes, ma'am. I had my gun drawn on him at first. Came out lethal force. He was known to carry weapons and things of that nature. And like I said, I go to put my hands on him because he kind of walks past me. After I told him who I was, announced my agency, let him know that he had warrants. He kept proceeding down the sidewalk. And so as I'm engaged with him, I'm kind of looking back over my shoulder for my partner, and he isn't coming. So I had to switch to another plan since I wasn't physically able to overcome him. And so at that time, I holstered my weapon and decided to switch over to my taser. I had trouble accessing my taser.
What made you decide to switch from your gun to your taser?
Just the sheer size of him. I knew I wasn't going to be able to overpower him, but at the time he didn't have anything in his hands. And so I felt it necessary to transition.
Okay. And so when you went to go transition to your taser, were you able to draw your taser out?
No, ma'am. I stumbled with my taser, with my left hand, at which time I reached over with my right. And at that point, he had flanked me and started to fire upon me.
Okay. And we said he started to flank you. What did that mean?
So he had veered off to my right side.
Okay. And then, did you see when he drew his weapon?
I did not.
Okay. What was the first thing that you felt?
Just a warm sensation. But I knew something was wrong because when I went to re-access my weapon, I could not have use of that arm. And when I turned around to track his person, all I remember seeing was the muzzle of the gun, the white pants, the black jacket. But at that point, I was pretty much out of the fight.
And we say you were out of the fight. What do you mean?
It's even after reaching for him, I feel like I remember reaching for him with my left hand, but my body was kind of beginning to shut down, probably from the blood loss. I don't know.
Okay. And once you started feeling those, like that bullets and that impact, where did you end up? Were you on the ground? What happened?
I remember after looking at him, I remember turning away. I feel like I took a knee. I might have even laid on my face. I sat there for a minute. I gathered myself. I got on radio, let radio know I was shot. And then at that point, Investigator Johnson came over to render aid. He pulled me around the corner. And yeah.
Okay. And after that, were you taken to the hospital?
Yes, ma'am. We waited on the ambulance for a little bit, but we kind of had a talk and a discussion, and I just requested to be put in one of the UC cars, and we made our way to Grady.
And so you said you were talking. Were you alert at the time after being shot?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you eventually make it to Grady?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were the injuries that you had as a result of the shooting?
Well, I was informed that I was shot 6 times, once to the back of the head, 4 to the back of the right shoulder, and 1 to the back of the right leg.
And did you have to spend some time at Grady because of your injuries?
Yes, ma'am. I did about 7 days in the hospital.
And are you now back to work at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Course indulgence for a moment. I'm going to show you what's in First Amendment Excerpt 2B. Do you recognize the individual who was depicted in Exhibit 32V?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I recognize him to be Christian Eppinger.
And I'm also gonna show you 18V. Do you recognize who's that in 18V?
Yes, ma'am. That profile looks similar to his.
And I want to zoom in on 18V. Are you able to see what is depicted on the side of his face?
No, ma'am. I'm not able to make that out.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions.
Any defense questions for this witness?
Just one to the honor.
All right.
Officer Roger, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. If I heard you correctly, you found out, or you came to find out after the fact, after your encounter with this guy, that you were shot a total of 6 times?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were taken to the hospital and you were there for a period of time before you recovered.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you are back to work at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you described the person who was on the screen, the person you encountered, the guy you encountered as a Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. I'm sorry that happened to you, sir. Thank you for your questions. That's all I have. The answers. That's all I have.
Any other? All right.
Officer, good afternoon. You don't see that gentleman in this courtroom, correct?
No, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Anybody else?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, officer, thank you for your time and your excuse. Call your next witness.
It'll be Sergeant J.C. Davis. Let me just confirm he's outside.
I don't know what the name was. Davis, okay.
Raise your hand and swear firm testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
See. State, spell your first and last name for the court silence to the mic, please.
John Davis, JOHN DAVIS.
And where do you work?
City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the Save Land Police Department?
26 years.
And what do you do currently for the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I manage the body cam unit.
And what do you do as the manager of the body cam unit?
What I do is to ensure that officers that are out on the streets have body cameras that are operating properly. If any issues, I address those issues by troubleshooting, replacing, and sending them back to the Exxon unit.
Okay, and if you could just tell the jurors, are all officers with the Atlanta Police Department fitted with body cam?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
And since when have all officers been fitted with body cam?
This is dated back, I'm estimating 2015 or so.
2015 or so. And how are the body cams kept within the regular ordinary course of Atlanta Police Department's business?
Well, body cams, like I said, are issued to each officer to do their daily duties. At the end of each duty or personal work assignment, body cameras will be docked on the Exxon docks, where any events that particular day will be uploaded into our evidence.com accounts.
And you said the Exxon doc. What is the Exxon doc?
Exxon Docs is pretty much the same company that designed the body camera unit, and that doc is a way to charge as well as upload any evidence or any incidents that's recorded.
And as far as with APD, do you have dash cam videos?
Yes, we do.
And how do dash cam videos work?
DAX cams work similarly, but it's more of a wireless base. So once you make it back to your assignment, your precinct, the signal is sent and it uploads videos that way.
And again, are the dash cams also kept in the regular and ordinary course of business at Atlanta Police Department?
That is correct. Everything's in evidence.com to cloud.
Have you had the opportunity today to review a body cam video and a dash cam video from a shooting incident on February 7, 2022 involving Officer Rogers?
Yes, I have.
And did that appear to be, from what you viewed, a fair and accurate depiction of images contained on both his body camera video and his dash cam video?
That's correct.
Your Honor, and did there appear to be any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 2S, permission to approach.
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1SS and 2SS. Do you recognize both of those items?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize both of those items?
These are the discs that I watched because I signed and dated each one.
And again, at this time, Your Honor, the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 1SS and 2SS as evidence.
All right, that's Sierra.
Yes, Your Honor.
Those are admitted without objection.
Okay. Permission to publish.
You may.
Yeah, excuse me, Judge. May we approach briefly, please?
Sure. to the jury room for a few minutes. I'm not quite sure what the duration is going to be, but sorry about that. And Sergeant, I'm going to have you step outside as well, and we'll let you know when we need you back. All right, can somebody pull it up? Or- And I know y'all had to go a little bit out of order because of the unexpected issue with not finishing the day with Detective Dennis. So we just hadn't gotten to some of this yet. I'm gonna say through either misunderstanding or no fault of anybody. So we'll just tackle it right now.
Judge, can I go ahead and put my objection more fully on the record?
Sure.
All right. So the objection that I made at the bench was that the contents of the body camera and the dash camera that the state intends to introduce, the contents are going to be hearsay. Understand that there is a business records exception that they are relying on. However, that does not necessarily automatically admit the hearsay that's contained within the images and the voices and so forth on both of those items. Johnson versus State is a case that I wanted to cite to the court. It's 347 Georgia Appeals 831. That's actually a case that deals with text messages. And in Division 2, I believe, of that case, 2B, there's some instructive language. If the court will give me 1 second.
Sure, and I don't think, I mean, certainly you can put it on the record. I don't think anybody disputes the proposition that a business record certification or isn't going to get around hearsay, do they? Y'all are going to have other exceptions that you rely on.
Yes.
I mean, you can make the record if you want, but
And let me thank you. Let me add to that also that I believe there's going to be a 4-3 analysis for the contents again of the body camera, the dash camera, and I'm saying it as though there's two, but I think I may have heard the prosecutor at the bench say that there are more than two. So my objection is going to be to all of those.
let me get clarification. There's a body cam and a dash cam of this shooting incident, right? And some of it will obviously show something different. Are there more than two with regard to this incident?
Yes, Your Honor, and because you just said that, I know we talked about it because the court asked the same question during the hearing. And you actually asked whether or not we were going to play the entirety of all of the body cam. And I told the court, no, Your Honor, we were only going to play the relevant portions of the body cam video.
Right.
And the
Yeah,
surveillance video.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I mean, I've got those notes and we talked at the bench about that, and it was all of it together was an hour total or something. You were going to get timestamps, and you did do that. And they know that. They just hadn't set forth. They believed they had not yet set forth any objections, and were under the impression we were going to get to it at another time. I think the state was under the impression, frankly, the court was too, that because nothing else got brought up, we were good with everything. But be that as it may, we're going to litigate it now. So.
And to add to my objection, it bears noting that the officer Rogers, who just testified. Now, Mr. Eppinger, of course, is in the indictment, but he's not here. Right? He's not here on trial with us at this point. There's been testimony given by Officer Rogers detailing the incident, his account of what happened, how it happened. And so to an extent, I think just showing the body camera that presumably, let's say it's going to show the same thing that he just testified to would be cumulative. And so I'd add that to my objection as well.
All right, I'm gonna overrule that objection because the officer in fact said, he didn't even know how many times he'd been shot. He was kind of like weak and wasn't sure what happened. So I think it'll show things that we were not able to get through the officer's testimony. But with regard to whether there are more videos than the dash cam and the body cam, I don't know that we got that answer.
Yes, Your Honor, so there's 4 videos total.
And what are they gonna show?
So the body cam will pick up parts of the shooting,
Mhm.
Officer Rogers' movement and kind of trying to apprehend.
Sure.
The dash cam, you can actually see it because
Okay.
you're unable to see everything
All
on
right,
the
what are
body
the
cam.
other two?
The other is the overall surveillance video that picks up a different image because if you heard when Officer Rogers testified, he talks about Sergeant William Johnson who comes in and gets an aid. But what Sergeant Johnson also does is he sees Mr. Eppinger firing, returns fire, and then Eppinger actually turns and returns fire towards Sergeant Johnson.
And that's on surveillance video from where? Just like,
So the community had surveillance video,
Okay.
so it's from the
right.
furthest entrance at the complex.
okay.
And then the last video, Your Honor, is the apprehension of Mr. Eppinger, and that we believe is relevant because there initially, and I think this is before this court took the bench, there was cross-examination about officers and their response in certain communities, and this video shows their response to Mr. Eppinger on this particular day, given everything that happened and how they apprehended him outside of the home. He ran into someone else's house with children and with a gun. They were able to go inside and retrieve the gun that was used,
Mhm.
and that is the final body cam video.
All right, how long, or let's just watch them.
Okay.
I mean, or watch the parts that I'm gonna need to watch. Does every one of them have hearsay or, potential hearsay on them? Are they all audio too?
They're all,
or-
the dash cam, I don't think I have the dash cam has some audio, but yes,
Okay,
but it's minimal. The surveillance video does not have audio.
okay, all right. Let's just watch them. The parts you intend to play. How long are they all for total, approximately?
I would think total, if 30 minutes, but I think it's probably less than that.
Okay.
Star, you copy? I'm going over. On Steel Road?
Why do we need this part with him driving?
6170, 6160.
Pick it up from like a second before there.
When it's about to occur.
On the ground, right? On the ground! On the ground! On the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground, bro! Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
1917. And Your Honor, the reason why the first part is important is because that is the Cleveland Avenue area, and so that the jury can see
Okay,
that.
all right. Any objection to that? Stopping at 1917?
Yes, I'm gonna object because looking at the video doesn't show the shots, doesn't show the shooting. It truly doesn't show anything that the officer testified to. And so I would say that what we're looking at is not relevant.
Okay, overruled. All right, move on to the next video, please.
That's gonna be what?
Add 403 objection to that, please, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I'm gonna, if the court allows me, I think when we watch all of these videos,
Mhm.
they may become cumulative as well. So,
They might, that's why I'm watching them all.
right, and so I don't want to just say I don't have any objection. I believe this is going to be cumulative to other videos that we're about to watch.
All right, possibly. Ready for the next one?
It's loading, Your Honor. It's on the CD.
Okay, maybe, so we don't have all the pauses when the jury's out here. I don't know, if y'all all got laptops, maybe one person could have the next one queued up.
The internet's not working,
The internet never works here, okay.
unless they want to get us a direct connection, I would probably make it all faster.
If we can do something like that, and it would speed things up, I'll look into it. Laura, can you look into that? Yeah, no, that's fine, good. Ms. Persfield's gonna go collect the jury notes, from the investigator Dennis while we're doing this.
Your Honor, there's a document on an easel pad or a pad on an easel, if that could be removed as well.
That, y'all collected the exhibits already, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, we already have all of those. So I guess that needs to get put with, I don't know which part of it was, but that needs to get put with the other evidence that was provided to Ms. Winfrey, so she can have it all together. Okay, thanks.
Your Honor, we'll try to put the third one.
Okay, that works. Okay, I'm ready.
Judge, do you have access to that answer?
I don't see you in the waiting room. I should, but there you are. Okay.
I think that's 1741, so that shows,
Talking to the mic.
sorry, that shows part of the actual shooting around, which would be different than what's seen on the body cam.
All right, that's certainly different. And there's no, okay, any objection to that? And I realize I'll watch all four of them and determine the cumulative objection, but,
Same objection.
okay. So I don't know about cumulativeness between that and some other one yet, but it's not cumulative, it's between the body cam and that. All right, let's watch the surveillance video.
Yeah, this is the first video, which is the gate. And we'll be starting at timestamp 103.
All right, hang on just a sec. Okay. Go ahead.
And we will conclude at 2:05.
And what is that showing?
So that shows Mr. Eppinger walking into the complex. So what happens immediately before? And then the two cars, so what's more important, the second car is Sergeant William Johnson's vehicle that followed behind Officer Rogers' vehicle. So what happens is Officer Roger goes in to apprehend him, and then Sergeant William Johnson, and he'll testify that he was coming from a different location, came in right behind.
Yeah.
So he's able to actually fire back at Mr. Eppinger.
Are we gonna hear from Officer Johnson
Sergeant William Johnson, yes, you
or
are.
Sergeant Johnson?
Yes, you are.
Can't he just say, and I followed right behind him in a second car?
He can, this was just
Okay, we don't need this video. All right, show me the apprehension.
No, there's one more surveillance video, Your Honor. This is
Oh, so there
the,
are 5 videos then.
yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is surveillance. And Your Honor, this will just start at the beginning. And you're looking at the furthest portion of the screen.
Okay.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I have to start over. I have to start over because, all right, if you look towards the back of the video.
All right, so that shows the other officer's location and interaction
Yes,
with Eppinger.
yes, Your Honor.
Any objections on that? And there's no sound, right?
No sound on this, Your Honor.
No, okay.
All right, that one's in it without objection, and then, well, it will be, and then the apprehension.
Yeah, this will be the longest. This will be the longest of the videos.
Back to the units, there are 3 mail cars going down the west runway, so that's going the west side. So yeah, 20 units on that side and what? You guys just let me know.
On the inside, this is one. Who we got?
So I'm gonna swing across. You cover that window, okay? I'm gonna stay right here, all right? Hey. Step out. Yeah. Step out. Get her. Get her. Go get her. Is anybody else in here? All right. You take a spot, bro. You take a spot, all right? All right, bro. Move. Come downstairs. Anybody in the apartment, come downstairs. Come on, now. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Come on, grab it, grab it. Don't look behind you. Focus on top. Come this way. I'm wide open. Straight to the back.
And we need to know what door, we're in the back.
Until they said he went out.
In the back on the right hand side.
Christian. What's his name? Christian Eppinger. McKesson. I got it. Christian. Hey, Christian. I know you hear me, bro. Christian Eppinger. If you hear me, say something. Yeah, switch places. Switch out. Switch up here. Christian Eppinger. If you hear me, say something.
Looking at the building from the front. All right in front. Is that correct?
Up here. I want you up here on point. Christian Eppinger.
Kevin off from the back corner. We got one more with him.
If you hear me, show me your hands. Come on, your hands in the air. Christian, I know you hear my voice. Come on out with your hands in the air. You can't hear me. You talking real low. What's the last address? Christian Eppinger! It's the Atlanta Police Department. We know you're inside. Come out with your hands out. We have the place surrounded. Do not make this hard. Christian! Come out! All right, let me see your hands. Crawl! No, sir, crawl. Get on your belly. Shut up, Perry. Get on your belly. Get on your belly. Get on your belly. Get on your belly.
On your belly.
On your belly.
On your belly.
Okay. On your belly. Crawl backwards. Crawl backwards. 6, 7, 6, 7. Hey, crawl backwards, Christian. Christian, crawl backwards. Come. We don't want to shoot you. Listen to me. I want you to crawl backwards. Take her up. Christian, get on your belly. You got one more time. You're gonna take a crawl. Step out here. We don't want to kill you. Step out.
Step out.
Step out, Christian. Nobody wants to shoot you, son. Listen, Christian. Hold on, guys. Look at me, son. Look at me. Step out here. Just crawl out here.
Let me call my mom.
Christian. All right, y'all feel comfortable?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's taking stairs?
I'll take hands.
You got stairs? Go.
Call my mom. I know I in there.
And why is that relevant?
Because you're on here. Previously, there was cross-examination of how officers treat individuals in this particular neighborhood and community, and this shows a complete opposite of that type of inference that officers are harass individuals in that community. Given what happened on this day, where Mr. Epinger's alleged to have shot a cop, these officers tried to get him out in a way that was keep him alive, keep him safe, and that's a complete contradiction to some of the inferences of how officers respond in this community. So that was.
Can you be a little more specific about what kind of inferences and with what witness?
So this was early, probably around November, December. There was a lot of
Okay,
cross-examination.
well, your trial didn't start with testimony until January.
No, it started in November, Your Honor. Our testimony we started opening statements in November.
Oh, Lord, it's even longer than I thought. Okay, good.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sorry, my bad.
That's okay. So there were officers that initially talked about a lot of drug cases that were happening in this neighborhood, and there were cross-examination about the fact that officers solely focused on this Black community. Essentially that no one, they primarily harassed in this community. I remember there were certain officers that were questioned with that, a lot of questions. I believe even maybe Investigator McKessie may have been questioned in that manner because he testified earlier as well about why there was a lot of police enforcement in that community because it's a high crime area. And so a lot of the officers who testified earlier were on either crime suppression teams or teams that respond to high crime area. And there were questions about the fact that in this community, police just police this community, overly police the community. And so given that line of questioning, Your Honor, we just thought that this was an opposite effect of that, especially given on the day that this occurred, their interaction with Mr. Eppinger.
Your Honor, if I may, that is a complete mischaracterization of the testimony and the cross-examination that came out. First of all, what's happening in this video is a terrible video, but what's happening in this video is completely different from what the prosecutor's talking about. What she's referencing specifically is that there was some testimony earlier when this court was not, with the previous court, about the arrest of an individual in a parking lot, and when the police pull in, people yell 12 and some people run. And there were conversations and cross-examinations about whether those people run because they're criminals or whether in that neighborhood they see the police and they're fearful of the police. That was that, specific to that. This video has nothing whatsoever to do with the offense that Christian Eppinger is accused of committing and for which he's been indicted. There is nothing probative about him about children running out of a house at gunpoint with assault rifles and with him being told to crawl and him saying, kill me, kill me. That adds nothing of relevance to what's charged in the indictment.
Well, I guess it adds some counter to whatever might have been inferred otherwise, but I don't believe, I'm gonna rule it out under 403. Okay, so we know what comes in, so let's.
And I'm gonna withdraw my cumulative objection.
Okay, all right, so let's get the jury out and let's get through these. What, is it 3 witnesses? Do you think we can get through them by 5-ish or 5:30?
Yeah.
Well, let's just get started. All right, let's get the jury out and whomever it was back on the stand. And are you showing them with this witness or another witness?
Not showing
Okay. All right. Okay.
Thank you. All right, those two exhibits are admitted over objection, and you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's it, I see what I published.
Yes, you may.
And we're going to publish State Exhibit 1, 2, SS. And we're going to begin at 18:04.
Sixty-one seventy, 6160, your for SOS. On the ground, what? On the ground! On the ground! On the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
And we're going to stop the plan at 19:08. And next, Your Honor, we're going to publish State's Exhibit 1, SS. Sorry, we'll stop the plan at 17:42 seconds. And did that conclude your involvement in this case, Sergeant Davis?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any defense questions for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you. Is it Sergeant
Yes, it is.
Davis? Sure.
Correct.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Keith Adams, and I represent Jeffrey Williams, gentleman sitting right there in the black. I want to ask you a couple questions about what we just saw, we just saw on the screen, these two videos. One was a dash cam, one was a body cam, true?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that you weren't involved in the case, but your role as manager of the dash cam department, body camera department, is what brings you in here?
Correct.
Okay. But you did have an opportunity to look at these videos and observe them, true?
I did.
And so you're able to testify that they are what they purport to be. They show images that are accurate as best you can tell.
Correct.
Okay. And so what we're seeing is actually what happened out there that day.
Yes.
And then what we're hearing is what happened and what was said and all the sounds and everything that happened at that time. True?
That's correct.
All right. Now, on the first one that we saw, which was, I believe, the body camera.
Correct.
That is, it starts with us that we see from inside of the vehicle. Is that right?
Correct.
Is it clear to you from looking at that, from the handcuffs that are hanging from in the front, that this is a police car that this gentleman is in, the officer. So it is a marked police car, and am I correct that we see it pull up and then come to a stop?
Yes.
And you saw in the video, did you not, and heard when the officer gets out of the car, right? You saw that?
Yes, yes, all right.
You'd agree with me that he encounters this one person, the person who we come to know as Mr. Eppinger, right?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Eppinger, this guy's by himself.
Yes.
All right. So you have an officer in the video that you can see getting out of a car, and he's confronting this one person. There's not a group of people with him. This is just this guy, Eppinger, by himself, walking, right?
That's what the footage showed, yes.
And would you agree with me, the footage shows the officer telling him to get on the ground, trying to apprehend him, right?
That's what it showed, yes.
Now, the video, that body camera from that first one, it doesn't show, there's a point where it kind of goes on the ground and you can't really see much more, but you can still hear what's going on, right?
Correct.
And you hear the shots.
Correct.
Okay, now, so this guy, Eppinger, that we see first, in the first video, we see him again in the dash cam, the second video that was shown, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you agree with me that the dash cam from that second video is not from Officer Rogers' car, it's from the other car? Is that true?
No, that's from Officer Rogers' car that he exited out of.
That's Officer Rogers' car?
Yes.
Okay. So you see the dash cam pointing out, and there's a point where you see both Officer Rogers and this guy, Eppinger, both in the frame of the video. You agree?
I think you're kind of mistaken. What you see initially, the position of the body cam of him exiting the car, the door opening. Once he closes, you see the body camera as he has interaction with the gentleman.
Okay.
The second video that was shown was the actual car, that's the camera that's mounted inside of the vehicle, the dash cam itself.
Right, and then that's what I was talking about, the second video. And you agree in the second video, at some point, they come into the frame of the video and you see both individuals, right? You agree with me that the officer is doing his job, is trying to interact with Eppinger, this guy Eppinger, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you hear a series of shots. And at the time that you hear the shots, you actually see Eppinger shooting at the officer. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. You'd agree with me that there doesn't appear to be anyone else around.
Not that I saw, no.
All right. There's no one advising or encouraging this guy, kid, whatever he is, Eppinger, to do what he's doing. He appears to be acting on his own. Is that right?
That's what it appears, yes.
And then you hear a second set of shots. And am I correct that is after this guy Eppinger runs off, you hear some other shots, which will be another officer shooting at him, right?
No one was shooting. I don't know who was shooting, but you do hear more gunfire.
Okay. And at that time, when Eppinger runs off and runs around the corner, there's no one else with him.
With Eppinger, you mean?
That's
no,
right.
I didn't see anyone. No.
Okay. There's no one who appears to be running with him or anything like that, right?
Not from the footage, no.
Okay. You don't know this kid Eppinger, do you? And I say kid, this guy Eppinger.
No, I don't know the young man. No, sir.
Okay. All right. Would you agree with me? And this is what I heard, and I want you to tell me if I'm correct, if this is what you heard as well. in the very first video, when Officer Rogers gets out of the car and he's telling Eppinger to get out on the ground, did you hear Eppinger saying, "I didn't do nothing, I didn't do nothing"?
Yes, I heard something to
All right.
what you said, right?
And again, Rogers pulls up in a marked police car, as far as you know, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, you know, this verbiage, "I didn't do nothing, I didn't do nothing," it appears that he is, I mean, you don't say "I don't do nothing" to someone who's not a cop.
Objection, speculation.
I withdraw.
Okay,
I withdraw. All right. I don't need you to play it again, but if I'm correct, looks like he had on some white pants and a silver bubble jacket kind of thing.
That's what it appears.
Okay. All right. Sergeant Davis, I think that's all I have.
All right, any other defense attorneys questions for this witness? Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
United States Call Sergeant William Johnson.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
See. State and spell the first last name for the court's comment.
William, William Johnson, Johnsson.
And where are you employed?
The Atlanta Police Department.
And what do you do for the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm a sergeant in the homicide unit.
And how long have you been a sergeant with the homicide unit?
In homicide, about a year, a little bit over a year.
And tell the jury briefly about your time with the Atlanta Police Department.
I have been here for 17 years. I've been in Zone 1, which is the west side of Atlanta. I went to Apex, which is a proactive enforcement unit. More recently, more appropriate to this case, I was in the gang unit, and I had a collateral duty as an FBI task force officer at the time of this incident. And then currently I am a sergeant with the homicide unit.
And what were your duties when you were assigned to the gang unit?
As a gang investigator, I investigated violent crime and other crimes involving criminal street gang activity.
Okay. And you said you were also assigned to the FBI task force. Tell the jury briefly about what your responsibilities were or are or were with the FBI task force.
Similar, more violent crime, just with more of a federal or an interstate nexus.
And as a member of the gang unit, what years were you with the gang unit?
It's hard to say because I was also an ATF task force officer at the same time. So you could say from 2012 to about 2022.
Okay. So you spent about 10 years in the gang unit?
Yes, collaterally with the ATF and also with the FBI.
As a part of the gang unit, were you ever familiar with the gang YSL or Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Right. And specifically, within the unit, were you ever familiar with an individual by the name of Christian Eppinger?
Yes.
And was Christian Eppinger, as a part of gang unit, ever identified as being a member of a gang?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
Yes.
What gang is that?
YSL.
And back in 2022, was Christian Eppinger classified as such as a member of YSL?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to February 7th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to engage in an incident with Christian Eppinger on February 7th, 2022.
I did.
All right, and let me ask, back in 2022, did you work a particular shift?
It varied.
Okay. How did you get involved with an incident involving Christian Eppinger?
So on that morning, I was on my way to work, and I was going to stop by the FBI task force or the FBI office to swap out vehicles. The vehicle I was in, the vehicle I was in at the time was, a Chevy Malibu, I think, or maybe it was an Impala, and I was supposed to be switching to a Jeep. So I was going to swap to this vehicle, get a new Jeep, and then head back to APD headquarters to start my day. While I was swapping vehicles, I swapped all my stuff out, get to the Jeep won't start, so I had to swap everything back out. Anyway, so I ended up taking that vehicle and heading towards APD headquarters to start my day. While I'm on my way to APD headquarters, we get a text or a call from another investigator saying he has eyes on a wanted fugitive who happened to be Christian Eppinger.
And you said you were coming back down towards headquarters. Where were you at? Where's the FBI?
It's in Chambly.
And who was the investigator that you received information from that he had eyes on the suspect?
Investigator Storno?
And is Investigator Storno with the gang unit as well?
Yes.
Once you heard that call, what, if anything, did you do?
So he was just looking for help. He's had eyes on him. He didn't think he was going to be able to keep eyes on him without being made. And so he was asking for help. I was on the way down to Atlanta, so I said, okay, I'll help you out.
And you said without being made, what does that mean?
Identified as law enforcement. He was in an undercover vehicle. He was in an undercover capacity. So he didn't want to be identified as a police officer following a wanted gang member.
Okay. What happened once did you ever make it to APD headquarters?
No, so when that call came out, I just rerouted and went straight to assisting him.
Okay. And where did you go in order to assist Investigator Storno?
221 Cleveland Avenue.
And what is at 221 Cleveland Avenue?
It's a gas station. I think at the time it was a Chevron.
And prior to February 7th, were you familiar with that location?
Oh, yes.
And you said, oh, yes. Why did you say it like that?
It's a significant stronghold for the YSL gang.
Objection, foundation, relevance.
Have a rule. Did you make it to 221 Cleveland Avenue?
I did.
Okay. What happened once you got to 221 Cleveland Avenue?
Once I got to 221 Cleveland, I pulled into one of the pumps and just started surveilling Christian Eppinger. Pretty much immediately, like I said, that vehicle I was in was either a Malibu or a Impala, which is basically like a cop car. And as soon as I pulled in, everybody started watching me, and they literally started almost like sharks going around my car, checking me out.
And as you saw that, what, if anything, did you do?
I relayed that information. We were communicating over the radio. So I relayed that information to the other officers in the area.
Okay. And after you relayed that information, did you stay at 221 Cleveland?
For a while, because I had to maintain eyes on Eppinger. And so shortly after that happened, that's when Eppinger started to walk off.
And when you arrived at 221 Cleveland, was Eppinger at that location?
Yes.
And where was he at in relation to where your car was?
So I was pulled into a gas pump facing the store, and he was in front of the store.
Okay. You said you kept eyes on him. Did you see where he went?
Yes.
Where did he go?
He walked up to Steel Ave, towards 2612 Steel, and he interacted with another person at the gate, and then continued on to the apartments directly behind 2612 Steel.
What did you do once you saw him interact with the individual and walk into the gate?
I pulled off because I didn't expect him to stop, so I kind of pulled off into the parking lot nearby. And that's when the marked units were getting called in to go ahead and effect the arrest.
What happened once that occurred?
So that's when Officer Rogers pulled in with his marked patrol car as Eppinger walked up the roadway. And when he pulled in, I pulled in kind of behind him as well.
Okay. And as you pulled in behind him, what if anything occurred?
And so normally in that situation, like I said, I was in an undercover vehicle, I was in undercover capacity. I wouldn't normally get out. I would normally just kind of be eyeballs, right? And just watching what's happening and relaying that information. In that situation, I saw Rogers get out, and you could see just from the behaviors from Eppinger that he didn't appear like he was gonna just give up.
You mentioned speculation.
Were you observing his behavior?
Correct. So just based on my own knowledge and experience from being a police officer 17 years, the physical actions that he was taking, for instance, when he pulled up, the roar of his Charger, when it came kind of pulling up behind Eppinger, he didn't even turn around, right? He's just kind of glued forward. And obviously Officer Rogers giving him commands, he's not acknowledging him. He's not even acknowledging that he's there. And so when all that happens, that's when I exited the vehicle, because I could tell something. I didn't expect what was going to happen, but I didn't expect him to give up.
And let me ask you, you said you were looking at him. Do you recall today what kind of warrants he had?
Armed robbery.
Now, once you exit the vehicle, what occurred? What if anything happened?
And this all happened very quickly. As I exit, Officer Rogers is trying to engage with Eppinger. As he goes to go hands-on, a bit of a scuffle occurs, and that's when basically Eppinger just ambushes Officer Rogers and just begins to shoot him repeatedly.
And when you saw that Eppinger shot him repeatedly, what if anything did you do?
I ran into the incident and started engaging with Eppinger as well.
And when you say engaging with Eppinger, what do you mean?
Shooting.
And when you started to engage with Eppinger, what if anything happened?
He started shooting back at me.
When he started shooting back at you, what happened next?
We engage in a gunfight, and he ends up running. I end up running out of ammo. I run over to Officer Rogers, who's bleeding in the grass. And at that point, another officer arrives on scene.
And then do you subsequently render aid to Officer Rogers?
Yeah, so when I get to Officer Rogers, he's laying on the ground, he's bleeding all over. But at that point, I didn't realize that Eppinger I didn't realize that he had ran off. In my mind, I was thinking that he was reloading or trying to find a better spot to. Speculation.
And non-responsive.
So I'll ask a foundational question. When you went over to Officer Rogers, were you focused on Officer Rogers, or did you think an emergency might still be in place with Mr. Eppinger?
I thought that we were still in danger.
Okay. And because you thought you were still in danger, what, if anything, did you do?
So Officer Rogers was in an open area, and so I drug him. I just drug him around the corner to just have a better area for us to start triaging all his injuries.
Okay. And then subsequently, was Officer Rogers taken to the hospital?
Yes.
Right. And was that an ambulance or some other vehicle?
No, we just threw him in one of the undercover cars. I think it was Investigator Storno.
And did you stay on scene at that point, or did you go with Storno and Investigator and Officer Rogers?
No, I stayed on scene.
And have you had the opportunity to view the surveillance video from the apartment complex in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
And does the surveillance video accurately depict your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may.
Showing you what's been marked as 4SS. Is that the video that you watched today?
It is.
Did there appear to be any deletions or additions for the portion that surrounded the incidents that we just discussed?
No.
All right, this time the state would like to tender and admit 4SS into evidence.
It's admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Sergeant Johnson, looking at 4SS, where in the video did the incident occur as we're looking at the surveillance video? And Heather, ladies and gentlemen.
So, speaking to the microphone, it was in this little corner right here is where you'll see the incident.
And are you in that black vehicle?
Yes.
And was that you ducking?
Yes.
And is that you in the grassy area where that red car is in that grassy area?
Yes.
And I'm going to stop, Your Honor, at 1 minute. At some point, did you have to talk to investigators about what occurred that day?
Yes.
Okay. And did that ultimately kind of conclude your involvement in what occurred on February 7, 2022?
Yes.
Court's indulgence for a moment. I have no further questions.
All right, are there defense questions for this witness?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
Sergeant Johnson, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Keith Adams. I've got just a couple questions for you because you were there that day, and I wanted to talk to you a little bit about your observations from that day. Okay.
Okay.
Now, and if I'm going to recount some of your testimony and make sure I got this correct. So I hear that you've been with APD. I think you said 17 years, right?
Yes.
You were a gang investigator at some point. True.
Yes.
You were with the FBI at some point.
Yes.
You were detailed to ATF, if I heard you correctly.
Yes.
All right. You were familiar, at least on February the 7th of 2022, you're familiar with this guy named Christian Eppinger.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you received notification or a call about the fact that APD officers were looking for Mr. Eppinger, you decided to go and assist. Also ask for help.
Yes.
Okay. And what you knew when you were going down there to assist was that there was a warrant out for the arrest of this guy, Mr. Eppinger. All right?
Yes.
Now, although you've been in the gang unit, it wasn't what you knew about him being wanted was that he was wanted for an armed robbery that he was alleged to have committed. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. So that is the offense that you were aware that you were going down there to assist in apprehending him for.
Yes.
Okay. And I heard you testify that you got down to the Chevron down at 221 Cleveland, and that is where you first saw Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
He was by himself.
No, there was a group of probably 8 to 10 people at that gas station.
He was standing in front of the store.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point he walked away from the store and you saw that.
Yes.
Okay. And he walked away by himself, correct?
Yes.
And I presume you saw the video. If you didn't see the video, you mentioned seeing him interact, is your word, with someone at the gate going into the complex, true?
Yes.
All right. And I think I saw this correctly, and maybe your memory is better than mine, but it was pretty empty out there that day on the streets.
In the apartment complex?
In the apartment
Yes.
complex, right.
Yes.
And in fact, the last video that we saw, the only one that you were shown, where we're looking down that driveway, we see your vehicle and we see the interaction at the far end. You don't see anyone else out there in the complex, do you?
No.
Okay. And so in fact, when you see him, Eppinger interact with this guy at the front gate, he walks off and you're still watching him after that. Is that right?
Yes.
Other officers were called in and they were coming in to effect the arrest for this robbery that he was charged with, right?
Yes.
Okay. They weren't coming to arrest him for any sort of, well, strike that. Let me ask you a tighter question. When you pulled in behind Officer Rogers.
Yes.
And so you had a good view of everything that was going on.
Yes.
And it is fair and accurate to say that Officer Rogers got out of his car and tried to apprehend Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
Mr. Eppinger resisted.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Eppinger seemed like he didn't want to, he certainly wasn't getting down on the ground. Correct. He was by himself though at that time.
Correct.
Right. There wasn't anyone around him.
No.
There wasn't anyone who seemed to be advising him to do anything. Right. There wasn't anyone who was helping him with anything that he himself, by himself, was doing on that day, at that moment.
Correct.
Okay. And so when you saw him fire and shoot at Officer Rogers, who was just doing his job, Mr. Eppinger appeared to be doing that all by himself on his own. True?
Yes, Christian Eppinger fired the gun by himself.
And then Christian Eppinger, you got out, you engaged because you see this guy who is obviously committing a crime, firing on one of your officers, and you intended to make sure he was no longer a threat. He wouldn't hurt your officer anymore. He wouldn't hurt you. He needed to be taken into custody, right?
Correct.
And he fired back at you.
Correct.
And then he ran off. In the video, he runs around a corner from where you are. Is that accurate?
Yes.
There doesn't appear to be anyone who's helping him or soliciting him or aiding him to get away. He's doing all this all by himself.
At the time, I didn't know.
Okay. Well, there wasn't anyone else around, right?
Oh, no.
Okay. Naturally, you stayed and you assisted and rendered aid to Officer Rogers, correct?
Yes.
And other officers came in and ultimately ended up effecting the arrest and arresting Mr. Eppinger.
Yes.
Okay. Sergeant, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other defense questions? Go ahead.
Sergeant Johnson, I just have a couple of questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long the warrant had been out for this guy, Mr. Eppinger's arrest?
Not off the top of my head.
Had you all, when I say you all, had any of the APD team formed any huddle or meeting to decide when this particular arrest was going to get made?
So I remember, I'm going off of memory. For at least 2 to 3 weeks prior, I remember there was a lot of discussion about apprehending Eppinger.
Okay. Was that a lot of discussion with a group of APD officers?
Within the gang unit, yes.
Okay. Any particular reason on this particular day, only one officer decided to get out and effectuate this arrest as opposed to a group of officers?
No. And that's not normally the case where one officer would have been effecting that arrest.
Is it fair to say that that was not protocol?
Oh, it's protocol. I mean, we arrest people all the time by ourselves. I mean, that's kind of how Atlanta PD has always done it. Like hindsight 2020,
Right.
we should have had 5 or 10 people there. Obviously, he was willing to shoot it out with the police. We definitely wanted more than one, but it wasn't a violation of protocol.
I understand, but you all had huddled at some point prior to that day about this particular individual, Mr. Eppinger, correct?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Any other defense questions? No. All right. Is there any redirect? Go ahead.
Sergeant Johnson, I believe you said that the warrants were for armed robbery.
Yes.
At the time, did you have any knowledge about anyone else involved in the armed robbery for which Mr. Eppinger's arrest warrants
Overruled.
were issued?
I remember he had a co-defendant in that case. I don't remember his name off the top of my head.
And was that individual also associated with YSL?
Yes.
Does the name Durante Beebe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. On cross-examination, you were asked whether or not did you see anyone advising Mr. Eppinger about this shooting? Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
Or did anyone else aid him or abet him? Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
As a gang unit investigator, have you had training as a gang investigator?
Yes.
And you said you were in the unit for 10 years?
Yes.
As a investigator within a gang unit, did you find that sometimes?
I'm going to object to the question. He's not being qualified. And there will be no foundation for him to answer the question.
It's also calls for speculation and an opinion on the intent of others.
And leading.
I don't know what the question is going to be. I mean, it may be that it's sustained to leading, but the rest of them.
As a member,
Yeah, rephrase your question and let me consider it.
as an investigator in the gang unit, have there been other cases of gang members shooting at or in the direction of law?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Court's indulgence for a moment.
Sure.
Do you know of Durante Beebe?
Yes.
And do you know Durante Beebe through your work in the gang?
That's the relevance, Your Honor.
I can approach.
All right.
Do you know Durante Beebe?
Yes,
Or do you know of a Durante Beebe?
yes,
And is that through your work in the gang unit?
yes,
And is he associated with any gang?
yes.
What gang is that?
YSL.
And let me ask you, based on your training and your 10 years with the gang unit, what are some of the ways that gang members increase status within their gang?
That again, he's not been qualified. He's not qualified to answer this question.
Sustained.
How many years of training have you had as a member of the gang unit?
Throughout my time in the gang unit, we trained almost weekly. We have weekly meetings, intel meetings, information meetings. We have formal training, probably amassed 100 hours or so of formal gang training.
And did you also get on the job training just being?
Objection to the leading question.
I'm gonna allow that.
Did you also receive on the job training just based on your work within the gang unit?
Yes,
And based on some of your training, did you learn how gang members will try to increase their status within the gang?
yes.
And what are some of those ways that gang members?
I'm going to object again. Calls for expert testimony. He's not been qualified. We've not been given notice of any such. And so I would object to him being allowed to answer any of these questions.
Based on his knowledge, training, and experience.
Overruled.
What are some of the ways that gang members increase their status within a gang?
Typically through violence and getting money through illicit means.
And when you say do violence, is shooting an act of violence?
Yes,
And specifically shooting at a cop, is that an act of violence?
yes.
I have no further questions. Your Honor.
All right, any recross?
Sergeant Johnson, are you suggesting by your testimony just now that Christian Eppinger, when he was about to be arrested by this officer, that he shot Officer Rogers to increase his status in the gang and to get money for the gang? Is that your testimony?
No.
Okay.
It's not either or it's not both. It could be either or. In this situation, I would say the violence isn't increasing your status in the gang.
Or it could be just someone who was trying to get away from the police, right?
Yeah, could be.
And in fact, you're not in, I don't know Christian Eppinger. You don't know him either. You're not in his mind, are you?
No, I'm not in his mind.
Right. What you do know is that you see him in this parking lot. He's by himself, right?
When he leaves the group of 8 to 10 people at 221 Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm not asking about 221 Cleveland. I just asked you about the apartment complex. He's by himself, right?
Objection, asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You asked about somebody named Durante Beebe.
Yes.
The picture that you were shown, the video, where was Durante Beebe in that video?
In the surveillance video, he wasn't in it.
He wasn't there, right?
No.
Okay. And so when you see Mr. Eppinger and he shoots, he runs by himself, right?
Yes.
Okay. You hear him? Did you listen to the any of the videos, the body cameras, the dash cam, any of that?
No, I haven't had any audio.
Okay. While you were there and you saw this going on, and you saw him trying to get away from Rogers and shooting at Rogers, you hear him shout out anything like, "Hey, this is for YSL"?
No.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Because he didn't do that, did he?
Well, it's ridiculous. I don't think anybody would shoot a cop and then say this is for YSL. That's not how this works.
Right. And what is also ridiculous is you trying to determine that he was doing something that day to increase his status or to get money, right?
I'm not
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Bottom line is, your involvement here is you go to assist an arrest, and Officer Rogers tries to arrest him, and this guy shoots Officer Rogers, right?
Yes.
That's all.
All right, Anybody else? Okay. All right. Thank you for your time. You're excused. Was there one more witness there? Okay. Call your next witness.
You raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
See. State and spell your first and last name into the mic, please.
My name is Sergeant Stephen McKessie. Last name spelled McKesey.
So good afternoon, Sergeant. Can you tell the jurors how you were currently employed, sir?
I am a supervisor for Atlanta Police Zone 6, Evening Watch.
And how long have you been, supervisor or sergeant with the Zone 6 Evening Watch?
Since February this year.
And can you tell the jurors prior to becoming a sergeant in February, can you tell, last year, can you tell the jurors how long have you been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
22 years. As of last year, 22 years. This year, be 23 years.
And prior to working in Zone 6 as a supervisor, can you tell the jurors how you were employed within the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I was an investigator. I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Fugitive Unit. I also assigned to U.S. Marshal Task Force.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how long did you work within the City of Atlanta Police Department's Fugitive Unit as well as the Marshal's Task Force?
12 years.
And can you explain to the jurors a little bit about, as a fugitive investigator as well as a marshal with the task force, kind of what your job responsibilities and duties were when you received a case?
We received arrest warrants from different jurisdictions, including the Atlanta Police jurisdiction. Our job was to locate and arrest those upon fugitives.
And back in October of 2021, can you tell the jurors how you got involved with the task of apprehending Christian Eppinger?
Mr. Eppinger had a warrant, outstanding warrant out of the City of Atlanta for armed robbery.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors how do you get assigned a case as the lead investigator on the fugitive team for a specific case or a wanted person?
So basically, the Criminal Investigation Division of the Atlanta Police Department would take out warrants on these subjects. They would then do a fugitive package, send it to our fugitive unit. Supervisors at the time would then assign certain cases to certain people, depending on the case.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors, once you are assigned the case as the fugitive investigator, what are some of the first steps that you take in familiarizing yourself with the fugitive and locating and apprehending?
So basically what I do is I look at the criminal history of the subject. After that, I'll try to find locations where they normally would hang out at, some affiliations, places people they're friends with, family members. From that point, I'll do surveillance. I'll conduct different surveillances. I'll try to do interviews, canvassing the area, try to locate the subject.
And as it related to this case and being assigned for locating and apprehending Christian Eppinger, did you do what you just described once assigned to this case?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors, if you were assigned the case in October of 2021, did you immediately, were you able to immediately affect the arrest of Christian Eppinger?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors on February 7th of 2022, did you receive information that Mr. Eppinger was at the Chevron off Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors, once you received that information, what are the first steps that you take after getting that?
So what I normally would do, I'll try to gather much personnel that I can, preferably people that normally work directly with me on the fugitive unit. We'll then go look for the subject, try to get eyes on them. Then we'll try to find the right time to take the person into custody.
And prior to, I guess, attempting to effectuate the arrest, once receiving that information, do you and your team meet, I guess, to put a strategy and plan in place in order to safely effectuate the arrest?
Yes, we do.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, we did.
And can you tell the jurors, as you were, I guess, going over the strategy with your team members, did you receive a call over the radio?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about that?
So basically, we were briefing on another case down the street when I received a call.
Objection to the hearsay, Your Honor.
Yeah, my response is effect on listening.
Go ahead. Overruled.
Yes, ma'am. So basically, after I received the information, I told the investigator, it was Investigator Starno, to try to get enough people, try to go and take them to custody if possible. At that time, I received another call saying that, well, I heard on the radio a signal 63, which is a help call, statewide help call, I call it. The situation was that an officer got shot in the area where I received information that Mr. Eppinger was located at.
And once you got that information, the signal 63, did you immediately head towards that area?
Yes, I gathered a few other fugitive personnel, and we went straight to that location, which was probably maybe 3 minutes away from that location.
And with that location, 2637 Old Hateville Road?
Correct.
And the locations that we spoke about, this location as well as the Chevron off of Cleveland, are those within the city of Atlanta, Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
And once you arrived to the apartment complex off of Old Hateville Road, can you tell the jurors the first steps that you took after, I guess, to locate and apprehend Mr. Eppinger?
So we began our canvassing. We tried to set a perimeter, a wide perimeter in an area. We tried to get common locations, try to figure out what next step to take. We began walking through the apartment complex. Also, we heard that he was located at a particular apartment number 35D as in David. We went straight to that location. We saw, when I got there was officers that had surrounded the building, the apartment itself. We then began knocking on the door, attempting to open the door. We saw some family members that was already inside the location. We called them out, and we tried to get Mr. Eppinger to come out as well.
And can you tell the jurors, when you did that, when you were attempting to get Mr. Eppinger out, did he immediately come out from the apartment 35B?
At first he didn't. I continued to try to call him out, called him by his first and last name, try to get him, to de-escalate it, tell him to come out with your hands in the air, give him direction so he won't get hurt. Told him if he comes out, we just put him in handcuffs, everything be good, but it took a while.
Okay. And you said it took a while. Did he, I guess, eventually come out of the apartment so the arrest could be effectuated?
Yes, he did.
And once, I guess, Mr. Eppinger placed in custody, did you have an opportunity to kind of interact or observe Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, I did.
And I want to put a state's exhibit, I think it's 18B. And previously been admitted in evidence. See how well the technology is going to work with us, how quickly we can get it up. And in State Exhibit 18B, do you recognize the person depicted within that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And who is that?
That's Mr. Eppinger.
And can you tell the jurors, you see, I know it's not overly clear, but you see the mark on the cheek of Mr. Eppinger?
Yes, I did.
And based on your observations and seeing him in person, can you tell the jurors what is that mark What is it?
YSL tattoo.
Your Honor, without any further questions. Anyway, go ahead.
Questions to this witness?
None, no questions.
Nobody? Okay, all right, thank you for your time and you are excused. And I think that takes us to the end of today. So I will remind you all, as I do fairly frequently, that you need to decide this case based only on the evidence that you hear in this courtroom. So please do not in any way absorb or observe any kind of coverage or social media commentary or news or anything about this case or anybody involved in it. And do not talk to anybody about this case or permit them to talk to you about this case. And until we reach our jury deliberation phase, don't even talk about the case amongst yourselves. And I will see you all tomorrow at 9. Thank you.
All right,
All right, is there anything that anybody needs to put on the record this evening before we break?
Your Honor, based on the confusion, at least my confusion that came up earlier, I'm just gonna remind the court that on that body cam / surveillance sheet that Ms. Hilton was kind enough to make, we still have not, in my mind, litigated the Sumlin matters.
Okay.
And also there's one row that says Viverito, and then it says, I think it says unidentified jail call. It says something jail calls.
Jail
And
calls for cell phone.
right, and of course we haven't addressed that either. I just want to be clear.
Thank you. So what all have we not dealt with yet that we need to deal with on this 2-page sheet? That's it?
That's what I thought.
That's it, is the investigator Viverito jail calls for cell phone, whatever that is, and what else?
And then Sumlin.
You're gonna need to let me, just the Antonio Sumlin audio?
My understanding, there was two things from Mr. Sumlin and maybe because I remember when it came up, we realized that there was 2 different items. One was the interview, the interrogation of Mr. Sumlin. And I think the other thing for Mr. Sumlin, I'm going on assumption here, was the jail calls of Mr. Sumlin.
I don't know.
Is that the other thing that you were seeking to admit, Ms. Hilton?
I need to look back. I know we put in the folder his interview. Again, that would be contingent upon whether or not what he says here, if it's the impeachment or not. And I need to look and see the other item that's on the paper.
All right, so I've got this 2-page timestamp sheet in front of me. I see Antonio Sumlin and I see Investigator Viverito and I see a whole lot of other witnesses listed. Is there any other witness and their associated items of evidence that we need to deal with still?
Yes.
I'm under the belief that we reviewed the body cam, Mr. Wofford's body cam of but I could be wrong on that.
Yes, we went through everything. Yes, we went through the Rayshawn Bennett videos.
Your Honor, there's some discussion trying out amongst my colleagues. That's why I'm not answering.
All right, well, while they're discussing, I'm going to ask the state, have y'all had the opportunity yet to get with Ms. Merchant and confirm an approximate date for her that you plan to call Arnold?
I need to confirm with our investigator, see if he sent the message. We have the date. Let me just confirm if he emailed her.
Okay, and that's going to be more than just confirming the date. That's also going to be, y'all are going to need to get with her and hammer out whether and the scope of any kind of an immunity order.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, okay. Let me know that in the morning if you don't mind.
Ms. Hilton, maybe you recall, the 3 drone videos at Mr. Williams' house, we objected to those. I believe 2 of them were, one of them, the drone is just sitting on the floor. The other one.
Definitely litigated that.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the outcome was of that.
Yes, Your Honor. We told the court and defense counsel that we will get a video that has just the relevant portions. And it might be a spliced together video, but we will get to them the relevant portions of the body cam video.
All right.
I mean, not the body cam.
That's
the
still
video.
outstanding then.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, when we get that, we'll take a look and let the
And
court know.
when do you plan to provide that?
If we can just get till maybe next Wednesday, I believe we'll be able to provide it by next Wednesday.
Okay, thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Yes.
And Ms. Hilton, the consensus over here seems to be that we did not litigate the Officer Sam Samba video on that day.
I believe that it was reviewed because I think that I thought I had some conversation with Mr. Weinstein, but whether or not, I didn't know if there was any objection to it because nothing came up, but.
All right, could y'all all possibly kind of put heads together this evening and then come up tomorrow with what we still have to go through?
Yes, and the last 2 portions are not relevant because those were part of the intrinsic act, which was with Sergeant Lattimore and Samaya Barnes.
Okay.
Judge, if we send the court through Ms. Percival and counsel a copy of the proffer, so it's the plea agreement and the acknowledgement portion that's been referenced.
Of Arnold?
Yeah. By Arnold's counsel, so Your Honor can get familiar with it.
Oh, yeah.
I think the representations haven't been exactly as stated as it relates to immunity being necessary and things of that nature. But we will still get with Ms.
Okay, well, you saw her 8-page tome of a letter, right?
I saw it, but
Okay.
I don't know if it was all accurate.
Well, I don't know if it was accurate or not, but that's you. She has given you a strong indication of what her position is going to be. And so I don't want to be dealing with that after he's called to the stand. And if y'all need an hour where everybody is here, where she is here as well to hash it out, that's fine. Just let me know. Okay. All right. Okay, and so for tomorrow, are we sort of back on track with what tomorrow's witnesses are gonna look like? I know we had to kind of jump to some people today, but our tomorrow's witness is going to be some combination of Wednesday and Friday on the list.
It'll definitely be Wednesday.
All right, well, hopefully,
He
said- definitely be the rest of the Wednesday witnesses, or at least as many as you can get to. All right, and one of the jurors has a flight out for, I can't remember why, but maybe a funeral. I can't remember, but for some good reason. And they're gonna need to leave here by 4 tomorrow, so we'll be stopping a little earlier than we normally do. Okay?
Your Honor.
And then you will have those, whatever responses you're gonna make to the 3 outstanding motions in Looney tomorrow for the court. And of course, next week's witness list.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And at this stage of the game, I think we've made good progress this week. Thank you again. But it's still looking to me like, it'd be wonderful if y'all could close your case before we break for the December holidays, but that's very, very ambitious. So just continue to the extent you can to streamline this case. Thank you. All right. See y'all at 8:45 in the morning.